Aaron said to me, I've heard you doing characters gone out and used that. I saw the highlights, Jim gets on TikTok and I thought to put them out.
Get your headphones on and start talking in a second because the umpires are coming on.
Well, hello everybody, welcome back to Trent Bridge, BBC Radio Nottingham's Dave Bracegirdle with you for the start of this post-lunch session. A very watchable morning indeed. Nottinghamshire 108 for 2, losing Ben Slater for 17, caught in the slip cord, and Asiba Mead perhaps a little unluckily run out for 34. Our umpires are Chris Watts and Richard Illingworth, just making their way to the middle. The two Nottinghamshire not-out batsmen, Ben Duckett and Joe Clark, are there, and David Lloyd leading his Glamorgan side. Just very quickly, the lunch scores from everywhere else. The batting sides: Gloucestershire 58 for 2 against Yorkshire, Lancashire 93 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury, Somerset 70 for 5 against Essex, and Surrey 83 for 1 against Hampshire. They're the Division 1 scores. In Division 2, Durham are 65 for 3 at home to Leicestershire. And down the A52, exactly the same score as here at Trent Bridge. Derbyshire 108 for 2, and they're playing Sussex, who played Notts last week. Welcome back to Trent Bridge. We'll be underway in just a second. Looks as if Michael Hogan is going to bowl the first over of this post-lunch session. Nick Webb from BBC Wales will be back with me after the 2 o'clock news, but for the first little part of this session, for the next few minutes, I'm absolutely delighted to say we've got a guest. We love a guest. We absolutely love a guest, and we love a guest that knows his cricket, loves the future of cricket, and also likes a bit of football. 108 for 2. I'll tell you in just a second, but already Michael Hogan is coming down the runway to bowl to the left-handed Ben Duckett, who's on 30, and this is played on the leg side. Here at Trent Bridge, well, I'm sure I'll be put right, the charity arm, the Trent Bridge Community Trust, it's all in the very capable, safe hands of Mr. Mark Clifford, and Mark has kindly popped in to say hello. All right, fella?
Yeah, good, how are you?
I'm very, very well indeed, and I'm just going to wax lyrical for 5 seconds to say, during that lunch break, there was a gladdening of the heart to see all the youngsters out on the outfield playing cricket. It was absolutely fabulous as Duckett works this away through the leg side. You can perhaps hear we've got a fire engine just coming past the ground down the Loughborough Road, and will disappear behind us. 2 runs to Duckett, 110 for 2. And the future of the game, and especially getting youngsters into the game, that's all part and parcel of the cricket in the community side, and also your side, which you run.
It is, yeah. The Trent Bridge Community Trust is all about working out in the community and giving young people opportunities that they probably wouldn't normally have.
110 for 2. Hogan, 40 years of age now, bowls to Duckett. This goes through to the keeper, and it's, we start of a new season here effectively today. Trent Bridge is open to the public or whatever, but your work is 12 months around.
Yeah, it doesn't stop, and the school holidays, like we're in the East holidays now, are some of the busiest times for us. Having nearly 200 young people a day this week for our holiday activities and food projects. There's
been a lot of positive talk about what you've done in Cotgrave over the years, but just bring us up to speed with what you're doing at the moment, and what we can look forward to. 110 for 2 as Duckett defends.
Yeah, so we've. I think the trust has grown massively over the last 4 or 5 years. We've got our Forget Me Nots programme. We've got a Knots in Mind, our adult wellbeing programme running as well, which is proven a huge success. And we're growing now into the city, which is something we've had aspirations to do for many years. And things like the HAF and Severn Trent Water with their funding has allowed us to have a positive futures in the city now as well. So yeah, it's full steam ahead, and we're all really excited about it.
And this is bringing youngsters into the game of cricket.
Yes, it's getting young people engaged.
It's Hogan, bowls, Duckett will defend.
It's getting young people engaged really in sports in general, not just cricket. It's a bit of rugby, it's a bit of football, it's a bit of cricket. It's more about them using their spare time more proactively, should we say.
And would you say, cricket always gets a bad rap, doesn't it? Would you say there is the interest there is the sufficient interest there, or it's only when you boys give it a good old push that you generate the interest?
I think it's interesting.
Hogan, final ball of this over, and Duckett forces it into the offside. No run, 2 from that over, 110 for 2 knots. Put into partner with Mark Clifford, who runs the charitable arm here, the community trust here at Trent Bridge.
Yeah, I think young people don't know what they don't know, and they don't quite get exposed to cricket and the fun side of it. And there's been lots of work happening with the community and development team, which sees the fun side of cricket delivered more in the communities, and that's the sort of cricket we deliver is to get them enjoying themselves, smiling, challenging each other, and trying new things, which is important.
So what might be a typical week for you then, a working week, Mark?
Well,
is it out in the community, or is it people coming here to you?
It's a little bit of both. So we have a classroom here, we have young people here. We had young people here this week doing cookery in our kitchens here, healthy cooking for young people. But the majority of our work is done out in the community.
And it encompasses all ages?
It does, yeah. We work from 6-year-olds all the way up to, I think our oldest participant at the minute is about 94.
Good grief.
So we've got the whole spectrum.
Here's Tim van der Houten going to bowl to Joe Clark. Clark's first ball since lunch is a pleasing push through the offside, and he'll get at least a couple of runs. It's going to be dragged back just inside the rope. A couple of runs there, so Knots won't be on Nelson. 112 for 2. I'm going to touch on, if you like, your professional sporting career in a moment or two, but just cricket. Are you a cricket man as well?
I wasn't till I came and worked here back in 2009. It's actually my 13th anniversary of starting the role today. So I wasn't, but I certainly am now, and I like to see the boys do well. 112
for 2. There's Van der Houten, big tall Dutch international, born in Australia, bowls onto the pads of Clark. They've taken a single. Let's have a look at umpire Watts. He's going to tap his knee and they'll get a single. 113 for 2. But I guess with the work, it's not always easy to be able to get to see the games.
It's not, no. Like you've said, we're very busy, just like many people are in the charitable sector, and like I say, our work's not often on site, so we don't often get to see and watch this great game being played.
Is Easter a busy time for you?
Very busy, yeah. I think Easter, May and summer are our busiest kind of school holiday periods.
So what is there on this weekend? Is there anything that anybody can get involved in that's listening in the area?
Yep.
Van der Houten. It's very good, this, Mark. You've been told shut up when the ball's bowling by somebody, not by me, I should hasten to add. It's pushed back to the bowler, but I love that.
Yeah, we've got tomorrow we've got our final holiday activity programme, which is happening down at Melbourne Park, and again we'll probably have up to 100 young people there taking part in that, and there's lots of inflatables for the young people to enjoy as well. So nice work going on in the city tomorrow on Good Friday.
What will that entail? What does it involve? If somebody comes along, what can they be doing? Van der Houten in again, bowling to Ben Duckett, forces it into the offside, no run, 113 for 2.
So they'll be able to access sport. Tomorrow there's some cricket, there's some rugby, there's some football, and as I've said, they'll be taking part in the good old traditional things like egg and spoon races. They'll be decorating Easter eggs, and they'll be, I'm sure, having a race and having some fun with them as well.
That's fabulous. If anybody is interested, what time does that all get underway?
It starts at 10 o'clock and finishes at 2.
In Melbourne Park. So if you're in the area and you've got a youngster or any age?
7 years old to 16.
7 to 16. Want to get involved. as Duckett defends this one out onto the offside. He only went a pace or two out. Marnus Labuschagne comes in and does the fielding. And is there then a system where you can get them from out there having fun in the fresh air and doing the egg and spoon race and very much actively getting involved with you and all the coaching staff that you take down there to getting them here to Trent Bridge actively watching cricket? Do you push the first class game or the Nottinghamshire game, as this is pushed back to the bowler, through the trust as well?
So we, as part of the holiday activities and food, we've discussed with the club, and each kid that's attend will be able to come and watch the T20 game in May. So it's, again, young people that probably wouldn't get the opportunity to come to Trent Bridge, but they come in to watch a T20 game, and hopefully they see a good full house and a good victory for the boys as well.
Well, that's fabulous. That's that is it. You can't beat live sport, and I think once you've got them down here, you're probably 3/4 of the way along the road to getting them hooked onto to the sport, because generally you get a good experience, don't you, at live sport, especially here. It's a great venue to come and watch and to see. Generally the product that's served up is is very entertaining, and no, I'm absolutely delighted that you can get them in here. Here's Hogan, 113 for 2, as this one to Joe Clark sees the former Worcestershire man looked to work it on the leg side, but get into a little bit of a knot, and it runs away on the offside.
Yeah, we're hoping we can get around 400 families in here from the city, which is really important. Again, it's exposing young people and some of their families to cricket, and we hope that they come back and continue to enjoy the game.
Well, they're fans of the future, aren't they?
Absolutely.
That's what it's all about. Like I said, when you first sat down, it really gladdened the heart to see youngsters out there with bat and ball playing on the outfield at lunch. 113 for 2. This one goes through to the keeper, Chris Cook. We've not played down at Sussex last week at Hove, and we did have an email saying find it strange and a little sad that youngsters aren't allowed out on the outfield. And but they always were here. And of course, in COVID times, we've played behind closed doors and whatever. But it was lovely to see at lunchtime people out there having a wander about, and the youngsters with their bats and balls.
I think it's really important. I think if they ain't able to do this and they can't play where their heroes play, where are their aspirations coming from?
113 for 2. Joe Clark has 25. This is a partnership worth 44. Clark defends. Now, your sporting links, if you like, I know you, or have known of you since at least the mid-90s, because you're a former professional footballer. You played for Mansfield Town.
I did, yeah. It's that long ago, I nearly forgot.
Still a soft spot for them?
Absolutely, yeah. A soft spot for all my clubs, but especially Mansfield. They were the one that gave me my first professional performance.
So who would have been the gaffer then?
Andy King.
Right, 113 for 2. Oh, Joe Clark, an inside edge past the stumps, gets a single. 114 for 2. He called a spade, didn't he?
He certainly did. Yeah, there was no punches held back from Kingy, to be fair.
Former Everton man for
that's right.
For some listeners just struggling to place the name here.
Yeah, he was a good man though. He was a good man fundamentally, and he's passed away now, so thoughts are with him and his family.
114 for 2. Hogan is bowling to Ben Duckett. It's round the wicket. Hogan, Duckett will push into the offside, and you're still involved with the game. You've played for other sides as well. I'll have to leave in Mansfield, but you're still involved with the game?
I am now, yeah. I'm currently the Baseford United first team manager. So that's what I do in my spare time, what little spare time I do have, as being a father as well and a husband. So yeah, I'm a busy guy, but I love the game and I love working.
That's Greenwich Avenue, isn't it?
It is.
Where they play on. I'm a Newark lad, and the other team in Newark, Newark Flowserve, as was now, share at Baseford, don't they?
That's correct.
Next ball is dropped on the leg side. There's no run. Just a heck of a journey for a home game from Newark. I went down once at the start of the season, and
it's a real shame for them. I thought they was getting some real traction in the community with some good gates, and I thought it was a shame when I think they was, for whatever reason, kicked out of the ground. So yeah, the shame with Baseford now.
Well, yeah, they had some extraordinarily talented players for that level of football in their last years in Newark. Ben Hutchinson, you would know about. Craig Westcar from Notts County, and Mansfield and one or two others started at Forest, and one or two other very decent players, but of course they've all moved on now. It's just very difficult here. Nottinghamshire 114 for 2. Here's Tim van der Houten starting his 8th over. Balls to Clark. This goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. How do you describe Trent Bridge to these youngsters that haven't been here before? Then what is it about this ground that makes it so special for you that you convey to the youngsters? I just tell them it's important that they come in, and we do what's called a snapshot here as well, and that they come in and they come in with their eyes open and understand where they may fit in, whether it's working with the grounds team, the maintenance team. Have an aspiration to come to Trent Bridge and enjoy it. Van der Houten again, past the umpire, Chris Watts, and the straight drive ricochets off the arm of the bowler and went very close to the stumps. We've already seen that twice this morning. Duckett got back for his and escaped being run out, but Hamid wasn't so fortunate. 114 for 2. Yeah, it's a special place, isn't it? It is just special. You look around, it's a special place with special people. Here's Van der Houten in bowls, and this is a lovely drive from Joe Clark down the ground. I think there's enough meat behind that one to go all the way over the ropes for 4. There is indeed. That's as elegant a shot as you're ever likely to see, and Joe Clark moves on to 30. 118 for 2, and the partnership worth 49. Yeah, I was about 10 when I first came through the gates here, and Sir Garfield Sobers was playing for Notts, Gary Sobers, and that was it. That was me. I remember when I was playing for Forest as a young kid, I used to pop in and walk in the gates and have a look every so often. That was my first entry here. 118 for 2. Clark is just 2 behind Duckett now. Lets this go through to the keeper. So you say you are separate from the cricket in the community side of things, but there must be some sort of crossover, so you're both not doing the same thing, or? Absolutely. I think they're more around the development and trying to get young people into the game of cricket. We use their coaches so that our young people are getting the right delivery. But no, we're both working separately, but together, I suppose, in many aspects. Yeah. Van der Houten is in balls. This is pushed up to mid-on to Michael Hogan. No run there. 118 for 2, not so put into bat. They were 108 for 2 at lunch, having lost Slater for 17, Hamid for 34. They'll be hoping to have a profitable afternoon. I want this pair to stay together for as long as possible and really stretch this partnership, which is currently worth 49. Next ball is a pleasing looking push from Clark into the offside, and there's no run. End of the over. 118 for 2. Now I heard you chatting at lunchtime to Aaron Lord, the presenter of the live stream, saying I don't know if it was tongue in cheek or what. You wouldn't mind having a go at a bit of the old commentary. I don't know if you are up for it. I think the conversation went that Aaron said that I was going to have a go at commentary, and I said I would use the term commentary very loosely if I was getting involved. So by all means, yeah, we can have a go. Michael Hogan is going to bowl the next over, and he'll be bowling to Ben Duckett, who's on 32. We're close to 2 o'clock, so we'll have to say goodbye to Mark in a minute or two and bring Nick in anyway. So there you go. Yeah, he's running quite fast. Yeah, and a good defence from Duckett. Well done, Duckett. He's running in fast. Is that what they used to say about you at Mansfield Town training? Always. I could run. That's the one thing I could do. Where else have you been? You played Boston United? Played at Boston, yeah. We got them into the Football League. I was at Chester for a little while. So Boston, would you have been under Steve Evans? I was, yeah. Yeah. When Gaza was there as well? I just missed Gaza. Yeah, I've just missed Gaza. 118 for 2. Oh. Duckett very nearly chops on there. Good looking delivery. Looks a bit nervous there, didn't he? Didn't look like he was ready. I think it's got him on the hand. He's taking his glove off. Bit of the old magic spray there needed. Yeah, get the physio on. Magic bucket. That's all it would have been in your day, wouldn't it? The trainer come out with a bucket of cold water and a sponge. It was better to get up and get on with it than get that bucket and sponge anywhere near you. I think he's in a bit of trouble, Mark. Actually, he's waiting for the the physio, the new physio here at Trent Bridge, Coob Ansell, who's taken over from James Pipe, will be on his way out to the middle.
Yeah, he didn't look comfortable as that ball approached him, and as I said at the time, he didn't look ready, and it certainly hit him, hasn't it?
Well, Radio Nottingham's going to come to me in just a minute or two. So this weekend, it's all happening tomorrow, Melbourne Park. Any youngster between
7 and 16
can come along from 10 o'clock, just get involved, see what the guys do. There'll be 1 or 2 prezzies, there'll be lots of fun events.
Lots of fun, lots of opportunities, and ultimately an opportunity to come with a parent to watch a T20 fixture in May.
Chance to watch a game of cricket, chance to get an Easter egg from this gentleman, Mark Clifford, and ask him for his autograph, former Mansfield Town great. Lovely to see you. Anything at all you want to bring to the attention of our listeners through the season, you're always welcome, Mark. The door, not quite metaphorically, is always open, but give us a knock and we'll let you in, and you can always come and have a chat, mate.
Brilliant, thanks for having me.
Love to see you. 118 for 2, as this is forced into the offside. Mark Clifford, who runs a charitable arm of the Trent Bridge Community Trust, as you can hear, lots of good things put on for the kids. Tomorrow, Melbourne Park, 10 o'clock, going down. The kids can get some tickets to come for the Blast games. Might even be an Easter egg, but get the autograph as well of the great man. And that's lovely to have a chat to Mark about everything that's currently underway. Duckett on 32. He's okay after that blow to the hand. Didn't need any treatment after all, just needed to get the glove off and just get a little bit of air to it. Here is that update then for Radio Nottingham. We're Nottinghamshire 118 for 2. Idyllic conditions here at Trent Bridge. Decent sized crowd and a very watchable game has seen Nottinghamshire move on nicely from the loss of Asiba Mead for 34, Ben Slater for 17 in that morning session. Some lovely shots from Ben Duckett, although he was dropped on 29 just before lunch. Joe Clark's already hit the first 6 of the contest. Another single there to Duckett means they've now added 50 together to take Notts to 119 for 2. So an update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Very nice to have Mark pop in. That third wicket partnership, 50 from 101 balls between the left-handed Duckett and the right-handed Joe Clark. And, well, the seat, literally a hot seat, because Mark Clifford jumps out of it, and Nick Webb, full of I don't know, apple pie and custard, is back alongside me. This is dropped on the leg side. I don't know. What did you manage to get in get towards the front of the lunch queue?
There were just a couple in front of me when I arrived. So vegetable pie and vegetables and chips.
Good man. Good man.
I didn't hang around for the dessert.
Oh,
so
dear.
No apple pie. I forswore the dessert.
You see, Nick, if it's there on offer, and if you don't go and have it, then they'll stop doing it. Slight hold up here. Ben Duckett was struck on the hand in that last over whilst Mark was leaving us and Nick was joining us. I don't know if you saw it. He was struck on the hand, Nick, so he's getting a bit of the old magic spray there. 119 for 2.
Yes, just clearing up. Duckett, I had him down as a drop at slip just before lunch. Was that right?
On 29, yeah.
Northeast off the bowling of Floyd, which would have been a useful third wicket for Glamorgan, but I think Nottinghamshire pretty much on top at the moment, and Glamorgan maybe have built a fraction straighter since lunch.
Well, they always say add 2 wickets to the score, don't they? One brings 2, 119 for 4. Very definitely the game in the balance. I think if Clark and Duckett have a good afternoon, then yes, Notts could be in a good position, but equally, wickets start going down, and Glamorgan will be right back into it. I think this will be not only a good first day, I think this will be a good match throughout.
Glamorgan will need to reply strongly with the bat, because they look like facing a reasonably formidable first innings total from Notts on the grounds of play so far, as Van der Hoogten comes around the wicket to bowl to Duckett, who gets a decent delivery just back of a length and dabs it down into the ground. Events at Lords. The MCC are playing Wales, and it's a Wales team of leading club players. and MCC made 226 all out. They were bowled out in the final of their 50 overs, and there was a 5 for young Owen Riley. So congratulations to him. As that's outside off stump and flayed away by Duckett. Hasn't maybe quite timed it to the longer boundary. Labuschagne's the man who pursues it, and he manages to keep them down to 2 runs, 121 for 2.
I think he needs a snooker chart, and it was right at the bottom of the bat there. Had it been on the middle, then there's certainly been no pulling it back.
And 35 for MCC. There's scored by Sam Pearce. I presume it's the same SJ Pearce, who is of Wales minor counties. So he's playing against the Wales side today. As Van der Hoogten bowls, and Duckett leaves a ball that comes back in a little bit, but too late to worry the stumps. Paul Sterling opened the batting.
Will that be actually on the Lord's main ground, or will it be on the nursery?
It's on the main ground.
Yeah.
And Steve Reingold, who we mentioned earlier, played for Glamorgan last season in the One Day Cup, he was opening the batting for MCC with Paul Sterling. So hopefully those Wales players are enjoying that occasion. As Van der Hoogten bowls, turned on the leg side by Duckett. Oh, there's a slip by the man at mid-wicket, Callum Taylor, but he manages to recover just about enough to stop the ball and looks down rather gingerly.
Does Callum bowl as well?
Yeah, he bowls off spin. So there's 3 spin options in Taylor, Salter and Labuschagne.
It's very noisy, isn't it, outside the ground? Lots of emergency service vehicles.
Van der Hoogten to Duckett, outside off stump, and Duckett missing out there slightly. That looked like half volley as well. I'm certainly very grumpy about the Glamorgan bowlers today, aren't I? But I don't think they've been up to the standards that they would hope for themselves. It's the 16th time Wales have played at Lord's. Last time in 2016. As Van der Hoogten bowls straight drive back to the bowler by Duckett, and fielded well by Van der Hoogten in his follow through. End of the over, 121 for 2. And we're through 35 overs here on BBC Sport Online. Also available via the Trent Bridge and Glamorgan Cricket websites.
What is it, Nick? A 2-day match? A 3-day match?
It's a 1-day match, over 50 overs.
Okay.
So hopefully they'll all be enjoying themselves there.
In fact, the very notion that Paul Sterling would play longer than a 1-day match was was overlooked. 121 for 2. Joe Clark just keeps getting close to Ben Duckett, but hasn't overtaken him yet. Duckett now 35, Clark 30.
If you want to follow that match as well as ours, they're on lords.org, is being streamed on there.
There's Hogan, 7 overs none for 24. Worked on the leg side by Clark. The 2 bowlers in operation at the moment, Hogan and Van der Hoogten, bowl 16 overs between them, haven't yet bowled a maiden. That's been half the problem, hasn't it? There's not been any sort of concerted pressure yet from the Glamorgan bowlers. 16 overs, no maidens.
No, they haven't really been able to put together a decent spell at either end. Nisa at both ends at once, rather. Nisa was tidy, Wheel was tidy.
Next delivery is worked away. Oh, that's a good stop by, is that Taylor again?
Yep.
On the leg side. Clark really got hold of that one, just whipped it away, heading towards the mid-wicket fence, and down went Taylor. He's got a dirty green smear on his left trouser leg now, but well worth it, save 4 runs. I mentioned what a joy it was to see all the youngsters on the outfield at lunch, and the Sheffield Outlaw says, yep, great, that'll be me and Joe tomorrow. We're coming to the game, so enjoy it. 121 for 2. Next ball pushed into the offside by Joe Clark.
Indeed, and let's hope lots of children aged between 5 and 11 around England and Wales get involved in the All-Stars Cricket and Dynamo's Cricket projects that most of them start next month, 8 weeks, and they get a plastic bat and a t-shirt and a hat thrown in, possibly some stumps as well, not sure about that. But it's great fun. It's usually pretty good value.
Next ball sees Clark push it back to the bowler. Tighter line this time from Michael Hogan.
And I'm not paid by anyone to plug it, but I do genuinely think it's one of the most important things in ensuring the future of our game, because there's cricket in very few schools for largely understandable reasons.
Well, they're the players of the future, but they're also the fans of the future as well, and it's lovely to see them getting involved with the sport. 2 balls left in this, the 36th over of the innings. Clark pushes it to mid-off, as Nick suspected. Glamorgan's over 8 was debited during the luncheon break. They are -1 to where they should be.
Yeah, 29 overs bowled in the first session.
Talking about maidens then, we've had 6 maidens, 4 of them from Michael Neser, 1 from David Lloyd and 1 from James Whale. But none for this particular pair yet, Hogan and Van der Houten. Final ball of this over, bowls to Clark, and he's going to ensure this isn't a maiden by running it down to third man. So Clark will keep strike. He's on 31. 122 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Radio Nottingham, BBC Wales, with Dave Bracegirdle and Nick Webb.
Yes, it's great, isn't it, to see that cricket is played at all ages these days, with the first over 60s World Cup being staged later this year. Over 50s have got a World Cup as well, and Wales sides thriving at those levels, as well as the over 70s, who play championship as well as friendly cricket. Van der Houten runs away from us at the Ratcliffe Road end, and Clark on the defensive plays to cover, and there's no run. Kevin McGrath, whose Twitter at Kev on his soapbox, was enthused by the mention of Van Morrison earlier, and links to a piece he wrote for the Wales Arts Review website about the Belfast cowboy. So if you want to read that, it's on the walesartsreview.org online. Emir Evans claims I'm hoping to spark a collapse by complimenting the Notts approach. Van der Houten bowls, and Clark plays down into the point area, and there's no run. Looks like a good batting wicket, says Emir, regardless of the green tinge. Yep. The reverse, the curse of the commentator. Notts are going well in the hope of sparking a Glamorgan wicket or two. Well, they need a bit of help out there. We've all done it. The curse of the commentator.
Looks nailed on for 100 and then
gets out next ball. Yeah.
As he's off stump toppled, whoever he may be.
122 for 2. Van der Houten in hazy sunshine bowls, and that's forced off the back foot through the offside. There'll be a couple of runs here for Joe Clark. 124 for 2 as Clark moves up to 33 not out. Decent smattering of crowd around this big ground, and let's hope there's a few more on the premises when Glamorgan host Middlesex on Thursday next week. As Van der Houten bowls, forward comes Clark, bat and pad close together, plays to mid-on, no run. There is unfortunately building work has dragged on from the winter months, so I believe the grandstand and the Cathedral Road end are going to be closed again. I mean, there's plenty of space to accommodate a county championship crowd and the remaining 2 sides of the ground, certainly, but means they get a little bit less choice about where to sit. As Van der Houten to Clark, who leaves outside off stump, going through chest high to Chris Cook.
Looks like there's going to be a little bit of gym work for Jake Ball and Lyndon James. I can see them walking towards this end of the ground with the fitness and conditioning coach Liam Price. Lyndon James I think the feeling was 70 odd overs in the first game. They don't want to completely blow him away when they've got a couple of fresh quick bowlers in Pattinson and Patterson, so Linden sitting this one out.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Clark for once on the defensive, pushing out to cover, no run, end the over. 124 for 2. Wales over 60s are off to a World Cup in Australia, so good luck to them. They've already announced a squad. They've already got plenty of sponsors as well. I'm sure they'd welcome a few more. But really is an increasing trend, and Wales over 50s have recruited the Glamorgan coach, Matthew Maynard, who will be turning out there when his commitments with Glamorgan permit.
Still going to be Hogan from the pavilion end here at Trent Bridge on this lovely afternoon. Bowls to Duckett, well wide this time of the off peg. Duckett is on 35, Joe Clark on 33. Ben Duckett made 31 last week in pretty quick time down at Hove, and then most unexpectedly got out. He's absolutely furious, a little bit of bat swishing. Couple of really big scores I fancy from him at the start of the season here, and he'll be right in the England reckoning when the international summer comes around. This one's pushed to mid-on fairly slowly, and he contemplated stealing a single but then decided against it. He went with us this morning. Glamorgan winning the toss at 10:30. Certainly a greenish tinge to the wicket, whether that played into the thinking of David Lloyd or whether it was just part of the Glamorgan game plan all along. You need 20 wickets to win a match. You might as well crack on the first morning and see if you can get some. But Glamorgan put Notts into bat. Next ball worked away in the air. It's gone for 4. It was fairly close to Taylor, wasn't it? Or appeared, certainly from our viewpoint. Perhaps the angle is misleading, but it certainly warranted Taylor throwing himself through the air. Couldn't get anything on it, and a boundary to Duckett.
Yeah, he's an athletic fielder, Callum Taylor, and for a moment I thought he might have got a fingertip on that, but I don't think so on the ground, judging on the speed in which it raced away. To the stand away to our right on the longer side of the ground.
Give him width outside off, he's going to punish you. Give him a ball on his pads, he's going to punish you. There's not much margin when you bowl into Ben Duckett when he's in form. He uses this one into the offside and there's no run. 128 for 2.
Yeah, those Wales over 50s games. They play a couple against the West Indies and then India at Pontedilai, Senastawe and Newport Fugitives in early July. Then they face the same opposition and England in the Marlborough College Festival. They've got Caribbean Cup in November in Barbados and a World Cup in Cape Town next March. It's full-time business.
128 for 2. Next ball incoming. Duckett defends. Somerset having a poor start to the season, beaten by an innings against Hampshire last week. They're 79 for 6 at Taunton against Essex today. This match here at Trent Bridge features the two bookmakers' favourites. When I saw before the first ball had been bowled last week, Notts were 13 to 10 favourites to win Division 2. Glamorgan were 2 to 1 second favourites to win Division 2. Next ball pushed to backward point. That a justifiable position very early in the season. Nick, 128 for 2 is the score.
Not on the 4.5 days cricket we've had so far.
No, that was before the ball had been bowled. But
yeah, I mean they were second best against Durham, who I saw quoted being tipped.
Before a ball had been bowled, you know, you've signed Sam Northeast, you've got Marnus Labuschagne, you've got Ingram when he's available, you've got Kieran Carlson, Chris Cook. There's plenty of runs in that top order. Perhaps need runs from your openers. They both missed out, didn't they, in the Durham game? Lloyd and Salter.
Van der Hoogten in and defended by Clark to mid-off, no run.
Are they the season-long opening partnership, would you imagine? I know that obviously depends on how well they go, but can you envisage a scenario where they remain as the openers right the way through to September?
Salter will need runs probably in the next 3 or 4 games, because I would imagine that if it doesn't quite happen for Salter, then Eddie Byram will come in. He's not available at the moment. Van der Hoogten in bowls, and he's struck Clark again, possibly on the hand, I think.
Yeah, well, Duckett's just had treatment for a hand injury, so there's 1 or 2 popping, isn't there? And he's thrown his gloves off, and the physio will be, I'm sure, on his way.
Bit more magic spray. I'd be surprised to see Glamorgan as favourites. I'd see them as contenders for promotion.
Second favourites.
Second favourites. Well, yes. But as one of the top 2.
There's only 8 though. I mean, you've got to be.
Only 8. A couple of them can possibly be discounted over the course of the season. But whether Glamorgan have got the consistency on their ranks remains to be seen. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Clark pushes to cover, no run.
Didn't need any treatment.
No.
Like Duckett, he got on with it and then had some spray at the end of the over.
See if it's still hurting a few minutes later. We're halfway through this, the 39th over of the innings. Glamorgan having won the toss, but just claimed the 2 wickets so far. 1 to Michael Neser, 1 a run out to James Wheel. Slater 17, Hamid 34, the men dismissed. Van der Hoogten bowls, and forward comes Clark, playing to point, and there's no run.
Wendy's been in touch from Grimsby. Dave, hope your cough's better. I had a shocker last week at Hove. Yes, we're getting there, Wendy. It's not totally gone, but I don't know. We've had all sorts of jollop and lozenges and antibiotics and what have you. But yes, we're a little bit freer in the throat area. Warm and sunny in Grimsby today. Lovely.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Clark turns it backward of the umpire and takes a single. Taylor fields. Single is all they will take. 129 for 2. Duckett 39. Clark 34. And apart from blows on the hand, relatively few alarms for Nottinghamshire since lunch.
It's like a posh Barry Island, Grimsby.
Are you insinuating that Barry Island isn't posh?
You know what? I had some of the best times of my life in Barry Island when I first joined the RAF, and I was at RAF St Athan back in the 70s.
Wasn't the end of the over, I correct myself, as Van der Hoogten bowls and Duckett thinks about a single as he pushes to mid-off. Carlson dashes in. It is 129 for 2. Oh, you did time there.
I did time, yes, I did time. I did time. Passed my driving test in Cardiff.
All right.
Yeah, learnt to drive on RAF St Athan Airfield, and then we'd go out into the local villages, and then, is it Llantwit Major, however you say it?
Close.
And then, apologies. And then, took my driving test in Cardiff, and told the story before, went all the way around, did everything, never done it so well. Got within about 100 yards of the test centre, and the car just packed up.
Oh.
Here's Hogan into Joe Clark, and he defends back to the bowler, and he just stopped, and they said, "I'm awfully sorry, it's one of these things, it's like the marathon, you've got to cross the finishing line before we can."
They couldn't apply Duckworth Lewis to you?
They said you'll have to do it, and I don't know, this would have been a Monday or Tuesday, and we'll book you in again Thursday or Friday. Oh God!
You had to do the whole thing again, or just the last 100 yards?
I had to do the whole thing again. Oh. I thought, well, I'll never do that as well again, and I actually got the same examiner, and he said, next ball, pushed back again, fielded by the bowler, and there's no need for him to say anything, and I've been nervous as anything, but he said, just absolutely do what you did the other day. You would have passed. I know you can drive, just do it for me again exactly as you did the other day. And it just sort of settled me down as a 17-year-old, and I
don't hit anything in your through.
Well, that's it. Don't run over any shoppers or plough into any pushchairs or anything. 129 for 2. As Hogan into his 10th over, bowls to Joe Clark, and he's still on the quest. He's now halfway to the quest of bowling a maiden over here. 3 dot balls at the start of this one.
My first driving test was a masterpiece of teenage disorganisation, which for various reasons I ended up taking on a course that I'd never seen before, in a car I'd never been in before, and it started snowing. I think I had more crosses than ticks on the list.
Clark has 34. Sun comes out again, tries to whip this away, but ball was through him and into the pads.
But at least I managed to take it, which is more than my elder daughter did at her first attempt. She had the test booked, and she'd managed to lose, I think, the paper part, the driving licence, which you had to present or something, so she couldn't take it.
Good grief.
Bizarrely.
What a nightmare. What a nightmare. Next ball, 5th of the over. Again, Clark can't get him away. He's going to get a maiden here, you know. He's going to get a maiden.
So she passed it the first time she actually sat it, and I passed it the second time I actually sat it, which was in Cwmbran, which at the time I had a bit of assistance, because back in the day they had half-day closing on Wednesday, and my test was booked on a Wednesday afternoon.
Oh, perfect.
So there's very little traffic around. There were no traffic lights at the time in Cwmbran. It was only roundabouts.
Final ball of this over. 129 for 2. Looking for a maiden is Hogan, and he's going to get it.
3.
Clip to mid-wicket. No addition to the total then in that over. We're through 40 overs. Still 56 to go in the day. Partnership of 60 in progress at the moment between Duckett and Clark. And the 2 bowlers in tandem have got through 21 overs. Michael Hogan 10 overs, 1 maiden, now none for 29. Tim van der Hoogten 11 overs, no maidens, none for 43.
So suffice it to say, I wasn't a terribly good driver when I passed my driving tests. Opinions may vary on whether anything's changed in the 30-odd years since then. But no, the first time then I had to drive without an instructor present. I ended up going over the old Severn Bridge, which was quite exposed, with a howling gale blowing and rain lashing down. That wasn't very pleasant. Van der Hoogten to bowl the 41st over of the day, and Duckett cuts the first ball down to third man for a single. 130 for 2. Duckett to 40 not out.
If you're going along with the guttural pronunciation of Van der Hoogten, really you should continue that with Labuschagne, shouldn't you? Really?
It was what I was told by Tim himself.
What they want calling, yeah.
When he joined the club a few years ago. But even some of his teammates say Van der Gooten. Van der Hoogten bowls, and it's defended on the offside by Joe Clark. I wouldn't mind going with Labuschagne myself, but try then having to tell everyone else in BBC Wales who might have to say his name during the course of news reading or whatever.
Exactly.
Sports bulletins reading. It's easier to stick with the Aussified version thereof.
Labuschagne.
As Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark defends back to the bowler. Mind you, the Australians couldn't say Geraint.
No.
So the former Kent and England wicketkeeper told me, so he had to settle for Grant when he was playing in Australia. Grant Jones. Mind you, I've heard that. I've heard a few people butcher Geraint for Geraint Thomas, the cyclist. As outside off stump, no shot played.
Runs have dried up, haven't they?
Yeah, Glamorgan have got a bit more of a grip since lunch. What were we, 108 off 29 at lunch, so 22 added, 2 and over since lunch, or give or take. Thankfully, from the Welsh listeners and viewers' point of view, Glamorgan have managed to bowl a bit straighter. And slightly better lengths Van der Hoogten bowls, and Clark chopping down on us. Not entirely sure whether he meant to play that again. It looked like a repeat of the earlier one that he deflected inadvertently to third man. Maybe he did. 130 for 2. Nice high cloud. And no danger, you don't think, from the weather. Update for...
They say not. All 4 days are supposed to be dry and fine.
Fingers crossed. Update for BBC Radio Nottingham coming fairly shortly as Van der Hoogten bowls and Clark defends. Another dot ball to end the Van der Hoogten over. 12 overs, no maidens, 0 for 44. Update for radio listeners to come in the near future. May have some musical delights first.
Well, we don't mind a bit of Lighthouse Family, do we? It's been a while since we've done the old cricket reports into the afternoon show. Nottinghamshire haven't lost a wicket since lunch, which is good, but progress has been fairly stifled. They rattled along this morning. They were 108 for 2 at lunch. They're now 130 for 2. It's been a little more tricky, more testing for Ben Duckett and Joe Clark, but they've taken their partnership to 61. Duckett has 40. Clark has 34 this morning. The 2 openers out. Slater for 17. Hamid for 34. Notts were put into bat after Glamorgan won the toss, and just have to say, being back here at Trent Bridge alone, it's just absolutely glorious. It's gladdening, it really is, just to see the youngsters out there batting ball, running about, enjoying themselves, and the club more than happy to do it. Because of course in the COVID times, the last 2 years, the opening matches here, well certainly in 2020 we didn't have any fans in at all, and last year the first half of the season they couldn't come in, but it's lovely to see quite a lot have come along today, and quite a lot of youngsters. So an update for BBC Radio Nottingham there, 130 for 2 in the 42nd over. Not really missed anything over the last 2.5, 3 overs now, have we?
No, Glamorgan have put the brakes on at last.
It's Willie Whale bowling. James Whale bowling to Ben Duckett, former Northants man. Been at Notts a while now, back end of 2018 season he moved, initially on loan. He defends this ball. Had a bit of a mass clear out Notts round about that time, and all this top order have been brought in from outside. Hamid from Lancashire, Slater from Derbyshire, Duckett from Northants, and Clark from Worcestershire. But a lot of homegrown youngsters have also developed and found their way into the side. 130 for 2 as Duckett breaks the shackles free by pulling this just short of a length from Whale away into the leg side, out into a lovely area of warm sunshine, it seems, out towards the Bridgeford Road side of the ground, and away for 4, and Duckett's on to 44. 134 for 2.
He has pivoted nicely onto that one, pulled away emphatically wide of Taylor at mid-wicket.
He averages 39 from his previous 8 matches against Glamorgan, so he's gone past that. 44, nicely set, digs this one out. And Taylor, who's real live wire in the field, comes in and fields, and there's no run. Yeah, made his debut against Yorkshire in September 2018, Ben Duckett here. Has now played 37 matches for Notts, over 2,200 runs at 39 apiece, which stands favourable with most of these players getting an opportunity by England. I mean, your Alex Lees and your Dan Lawrence's getting in with perhaps not that sort of average as Duckett defends, but it is all about, I guess, selectors and their hunches, and which particular horse they're going to back. 134 for 2, end of the over. On come numerous 12th and 13th men, and the Notts physio as well, with a bit of magic spray, no doubt.
Yes, there's a bit of treatment being administered by the look of it.
Somerset 7 wickets down at Taunton. Essex, of course, before the COVID times, or indeed the first year, 2020, they had a good year then. They weren't so strong last year, but they were really strong for 2 or 3 seasons. Maybe they're bouncing back. They've got Somerset 98 for 7, 3 wickets for Sam Cook there.
If you want to contact us via Twitter, Brace Cricket, NickWeb 2017.
Derbyshire rattling along. They've got a century from Shan Masood, the Pakistan opening batsman. He got a couple of decent scores last week in the opening round of matches. He's 111 not out. That's against Sussex.
That's decent going. Van der Hoogten from the Radcliffe Road end to Clark, who's forward, bat and pad together, defending on the offside, no run. Glamorgan up at Derby as the next away game, so the week after next. And well, I wonder if the weather is set to take a turn for the worse. It quite often does when Glamorgan visit Derbyshire. Much as I love seeing Dave Fletcher, the BBC Derby commentator, we don't always have cricket to talk about. Van der Hoogten bowls, flicked away nicely off his legs by Clark, down to backward square. Just the single taken in the end. 135 for 2.
So you've got to buy next week. Bye week next week.
No, we're home to Middlesex next week. Oh, I'm going to say Glamorgan.
Yeah.
I can't claim any success or otherwise for Glamorgan's operations.
Notts have 4 games and then a bye week.
Glamorgan play 6 in a row until their week off. As Van der Hoogten bowl to Duckett on 44 not out, and remains on that score as he drives to Hogan at mid-off, no run. Works quite nicely for Glamorgan because their week off is immediately before T20, so they'll have a good maybe few days to put their feet up, and then a good solid bit of T20 practice
switch to
time.
white ball, yep.
Maybe a week or so to practice those different skills. 135 for 2. Van der Hoogten to Duckett on leg side, turned away, but he's found fine leg this time, squarish fine leg, and they'll just have a single. 136 for 2. Duckett 45 not out.
These 2 adopted sons of the Valleys, as we were saying this morning, both been snapped up by Welsh Fire for this year's 100. Ben Duckett played last year, of course, but Joe Clark has been snapped up in this year's draft.
As Van der Hoogten bowls, driven firmly by Clark, but Carlson makes ground his right at mid-off and fields. Yes, there are areas of Wales that are not the valleys. And Cardiff is very definitely among those areas.
If you want anybody to be stereotypical, it'll be me. Don't worry about that.
Yes, I left my miner's helmet at home. I'll buy you some daffs in the supermarket if you like. Nottinghamshire, 136 for 2. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Clark is bowled. As up go the fielders in celebration. Ball running down into the slip area. The wickets were hidden from me by his body for a moment, but he's just got one through there somehow to flick the off stump, I think.
I don't know if it was glove onto off stump or it just kept a little low in it, but he took his glove off straight away, didn't he, as if that had been the impact. Difficult to see if you're watching on the live stream and you can slow it all down and zoom it in, or any other great technology you've got. We just had a little look at the replay, but it's not easy to see, is it? But Clark has gone. A bowling bonus point for Glamorgan. Joe Clark out for 35, and I think Glamorgan will be absolutely delighted. I know they'll be absolutely delighted to get rid of him.
87 balls, 4 fours and 1 6 struck by Joe Clark, but he is bowled by Van der Hoogten, who claimed 2 wickets last week. So that's his 3rd of the season, and being it's Glamorgan's 3rd of the day, it means that it's a bonus point,
yeah.
First of the match. Now, here we are with Joey Everson announced. That's promotion on the grounds of his century last week.
Well, last week he was batting 9. You can flip it round. He was batting 9 just purely by the presence of many tried and trusted ahead of him, and came in at 9 and sort of showed the sort of form that Notts know he's had from the weight of runs that he scores, that he churns out in second 11 cricket. He's a very capable top order player, but went in at 9 last week and showed it, and we as in Notts haven't got Lyndon James for this game, so maybe again Stephen Mullany's thought, well, we'll have a youngster going between Duckett and Clark and myself, the captain. So that's the way they've gone. Anyway, Joey Everson, the new man. Ben Duckett's on strike. Here's James Well to start his 8th over, and it's defended by Duckett. Stephen Field just saying he's looking forward to coming to Trent Bridge tomorrow, and we'll try and get out on the outfield at lunchtime. 136 for 3 is the score here. Duckett has dodged a bully to 2, was dropped on 29 by Sam Northeast just before lunch. Second slip. Whale bowls. Duckett has edged it past second slip, down to 3rd man. There is a player down there. That's a good stop. That's a good pick up by Michael Hogan. They come back for 2, and Joey Everson has to put the afterburners on to get to the non-striker's end, but the throw was never really going to trouble him. Paul says, yeah, Dave, Joe Clark definitely played on. Mike says, let's hope the middle order and tail replicate their previous efforts. Still, I think it's fair to say, on paper, we was talking about on paper, but on paper, there's a lot of batting to come. Stephen Mullaney, Tom Morsley and Patterson White. 138 for 3. Whale bowls. Duckett drives to mid-off. James Pattinson had an 80-odd in his first spell with Notts. Brett Hutton, plenty of half-centuries his career, and Dane Patterson brings up the rear.
Yes, I made that mistake last week of saying Glamorgan had a strong lower middle order on paper.
Yeah.
Q, last 5 wickets going for 20.
That's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. I did say it at home, fortunately, and so it happened. 50 for 4 became 530 as Duckett's flailed after this one. Has it gone through the slip cordon for 4? It has indeed, and that will take Ben Duckett to his half century. It flashed between Labuschagne and North East low down. Probably not the most stylish of ways to get to his half century, but he has got there. Flailed after a wideish one, and Ben Duckett, I'm sure his figures will come up in a moment. There we are, look, 104 balls and 6 fours for Ben Duckett. Goes through to his first 50 of the season, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of them this year. 142 for 3 as Whale in again, bowls, and Duckett forces it out onto the offside.
Yeah, so I thought Duckett was scoring more quickly than that, to be honest, but slowed down slightly since lunch.
Yeah.
But still, Glamorgan ruining that dropped cut. A difficult one just before lunch. Northeast going high to his left.
Typical, isn't it? Had there been a third slip in there, it would have, come at a comfortable catching height to third. He leaves this one alone, goes through to Chris Cook, but there weren't only two in the slip cordon, so North East had to throw himself to his left. Got one hand to it, couldn't hang on.
It was off the bowling of Glamorgan's Captain David Lloyd, who's the fifth seamer, so he's not likely to often have three slips, I guess.
No, that's a good point. Just had the five seamers so far. We've not had any twirly-whirly action as yet.
Over 8, well, they only change it, well, they tend to only change it on the board at the intervals these days, but I suspect it might slip again to -2, and Glamorgan will have to get some spinners on, I suppose, as is natural with the older ball.
There's some toing and froing there, but it's Dan Douthwaite who's popped on and gone off again.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Everson, the new batsman, leaves outside off stump through to Cook.
He's another one who's made one or two headlines in the first couple of years of his career, hasn't he, for some prodigious hitting and some decent bowling spells.
He can strike a long ball, than Douthwaite, given a chance. Not consistent enough as yet to be a nailed-on first 11 player, as that's outside off stump. Comes back a little bit. There's a yelp from somewhere in the slip cordon, but no shot played by Everson.
Joey Everson, 20 years of age now, maiden first-class 100 last week, 109 not out against Sussex. Did make his not debut way back in 2019 as a very young man, to wait for his opportunities.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Everson is dropped at slip. Low. Should have been taken though. Shin
North
high.
East again?
I think so, unless they've changed them round. Yep. And that was knee high, shin high. Should be taken at this level. Not North East day. Maybe it'll be Everson's day.
It's 1 for 3 at the minute, Sam North. He's caught Ben Slater, but he's spilled Duckett and Joey Everson.
Van der Hoogten bowls. Exaggerated leave by Everson outside off stump.
And had he fallen then, Joey Everson, well, it would have brought him up an average for this season so far. I know they don't count in first-class matches, but his scores in the warm-up games: 103 not out versus Loughborough University, 6 not out versus Warwickshire, 21 not out versus Derbyshire, and then he got 109 not out in the first-class match against Sussex. So what's that? 212, 218, 239 runs he's scored so far this season, not yet been dismissed.
Next delivery, big appeal for LBW. Yep. Now he has been dismissed. Pushing forward, didn't get very far forward, and Everson goes leg before to Van der Hoogten. He was hit very low down, and you expected the finger of umpire Watts to be raised. It was. It's 142 for 4, and as Dave said earlier, add 2 wickets to the score.
Yep.
You get a very different picture. Glamorgan have struck twice in quick succession. Everson dismissed 5th ball without scoring.
Yeah, just seemed... He wasn't there long enough. He was only there 8 minutes, faced 5 balls, but he was dropped in that time, a couple of balls before, and just didn't settle, wasn't allowed to settle. Good bowling by Tim van der Hoogten, who's picked up a couple of wickets in next to no time. 142 for 4. There's the captain, Stephen Mullaney, coming to join Ben Duckett. Career best 192 last week at Hove. It really was a magnificent innings, as a score of that magnitude would suggest. The highest score in the first round of matches up and down the country.
Well, Alex Lees might have got some more had he not been sawn off by his teammates against Glamorgan. 182 not out, batting through the Durham innings as they piled up 383 at Sapphire Gardens, which didn't quite give them enough time to to force the win, despite the antics of the lower order in falling to Andrew Salter in very quick succession. Anyway, Mullaney takes guard, doesn't get it right first time, or second time. Moves his bat away a couple of times, and the instruction of Mr. Watts.
Sometimes they like 2 marks, don't they? You know, give me a leg and give me a middle off and off or something.
Lees was batting on off stump quite a lot against Glamorgan to the round the wicket bowlers. Left-hander. Van der Hoogten to Mullaney, who drives back to the bowler, who slips in his follow-through as he goes down to field the ball. No damage done. 2 wickets then, claimed by Van der Hoogten to put a different perspective on state of things here at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 142 for 4, which is somewhere around even. Stevens,
yes, I think
maybe
so.
Very slightly Glamorgan advantage, but they've got a long way to go.
Yeah, both sides can make a claim for being ahead at this juncture. You say no damage. There was no damage to Van der Hoogten as he popped up. Then he could have done a little bit of damage just short of a length, couldn't he? Because he almost went at it as he slipped over studs first. Could have gouged out a piece. That would have made it very interesting for the umpires as to what to do, whether to get the ground staff on to fill in the hole or what to do, but I don't think he did any damage. So Duckett is on 51 and really doesn't need to get out. He's flat battered this tennis shot to mid-on and there's no run. Shaking his hand, whether it's just the reverberation from that particular shot or whether there is a little bit of damage, because he's had treatment after being struck on the hand earlier.
Emir Evans, no, you can't claim credit for Mr. Van der Hoogten's wickets on half an hour after your tweet. No. If a wicket falls immediately, within about 5 minutes, yes.
Wickets have gone down at Taunton, let me tell you in a second, as Wheel bowls and Duckett defends. Somerset, 109 all out. Down at Taunton. I remember the days when Taunton was a batting paradise.
Yeah.
Blah-de-blah-de-blah. Sam Cook, 3 for 17. The Australian, Steketee. What's his first name? Let me have a look. Yeah, Mark Steketee, 3 for 47. Simon Harmer, back from Test duty with South Africa, 3 for 14. And 1 wicket there for Shane Snater. Somerset all out for 109 at Taunton. There's James Wheel bowling to Duckett, a push to mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, it's been through a few incarnations, hasn't it, really, in recent years? It was a spinner's paradise at times when Somerset were going for the title.
Well, a spinner's paradise or a
Hyderabad.
Or a slightly far from perfect wicket. 142 for 4. Ben Duckett has 51. Clark 35 and Everson 0, both out in recent overs. Clark again happy to defend.
There have been times when Glamorgan have been there for one day or T20 games and you just expect huge scores, 10 and over, and is round about par sometimes.
Yeah. 3 boundary riders here at the moment for Glamorgan. A third man, a long leg and a deep square on the leg side. Is just in front of square. Probably say deep mid wicket really to be strictly correct. Wheel bowls and now Duckett gets it away on the leg side. Bound to be runs. He's after 2, but Captain Mullaney says no. Just 143 for 4, and Mullaney will now take guard and prepare to face Wheel for the first time. Umpire's Richard Illingworth. This will always be a ground that will be very special in Richard Illingworth's heart, because of course it was a ground where he took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket. Was it Phil Simmons, I think he got LBW first ball, obviously in an England-West Indies Test match. One of the few to get a wicket first ball in Test cricket. 143 for 4. Mullaney on strike. He'll play himself in by pushing this back to wheel. It's the end of the over. 46 have gone. 50 to go, so we're close to the halfway point of the opening day here. Knots all morning were going along at round about 4, between 4 and 4.2 or 3 and over, but they're now have a current run rate of 3.11. So that's just a measure of how much Glamorgan have dragged this back.
Phil Simmons once popped up as coach of the, I think it was the Wales Minor Counties side. Seem to remember interviewing him when they, I think they played Glamorgan in a one-day match. Last season they played in a warm-up game for Wales, but there was a genuine official one-day match at one point. Seem to remember. Van der Hochten bowls down leg side. Duckett will get a couple of runs here. No, strike that, just the single. It's fielded on that short square leg boundary. Chris Cook doesn't get the best of returns and couldn't take it cleanly. 144 for 4. The new batsman Mullaney on to strike. Umpire Illingworth is wandering from square leg to square leg, right hand and left hand batters, as umpire Blackwell declined to do at times in Cardiff last week. He wasn't getting his steps in. Van der Hochten to Mullaney's beaten outside off stump, pushing forward. No contact made.
Yes, on the second day of England versus West Indies here in July 1991, P.V. Simmons, in fact he was bowled, it wasn't LBW, P.V. Simmons bowled Richard Illingworth for 12, and in the notes at the bottom, Richard Illingworth took a wicket with his first ball in Test cricket, dismissing P.V. Simmons.
No decision required from Mr. Illingworth on that occasion as he watches from square leg. Mullaney defending to mid-on. Hogan, the lanky figure of Michael Hogan, who's been a mainstay of Glamorgan in certainly all formats for the first few years of his career, and still in Championship cricket. This is 10th and final season. Testimonial season. Van der Hochten bowls. Mullaney leaves outside off stump and going further away. Cook takes, and Michael Hogan with a testimonial brochure available at Sophia Gardens. I believe there's going to be a tie, and there's some, of course, dinner and various events.
That's this season, yeah?
This season, yeah. He's packing it in at the end of the season. His wife, I believe, returns to Australia in July, a little bit ahead of him. Van der Hochten bowls, and Mullaney's off the mark here with a pleasant cover drive that will bring him just the single. Glamorgan scrambling to prevent the twos on that short side of the ground. Salter is the man in at the on the boundary. Carlson was pursuing it back from cover. So his wife is going to be picking up her legal career, I believe, and Michael Hogan looking forward to being daddy daycare. 145 for 4.
Put in a good shift, hasn't he, with Glamorgan?
He's been a really popular figure, both for his attitude off the field and his performances on. As that's turned off the hip by Duckett, or was it a leg by? It is a leg by. 146 for 4. As it trickled out towards square leg. Turns 41 next month, Michael Hogan, but didn't start first class cricket to the age of 28. Was picked up after working on club ground staff at one point. Just enjoying his cricket at weekends, but got a chance and made the most of it.
Going to be Wheel to bowl the 48th over of the innings. Ben Duckett on 53. 2 slips. There's a third man down there, a point, extra cover and mid-off. And Duckett's gone hard at that one. He really chased after that one and threw the bat at it with intent. Got nothing on the ball. So it goes through to Chris Cook. Goes back and rehearses a couple of leaves. Three on the leg side, 2 out on the fence. Long leg and deep square, and then a mid on. Wheel bowls, and again Duckett's chased hard after it.
Kitchen sink was flying on that occasion, wasn't it?
Was indeed. Who's this? I've got a Glamorgan intruder on the field here, just coming to attend to Van der Houten.
Dan, the 12th man.
Update for Radio Nottingham on its way. Oh, and Duckett's got this away for 4. And he joins us, a little bit of applause in the background as the Nottinghamshire 150 comes up with a Ben Duckett boundary. Now Duckett has moved on to 57. Remember, he's dropped just before lunch on 29. But Glamorgan have had a moment or two of success in the last 10 minutes. They've picked up 2 wickets in successive overs from big Tim van der Houten, the Dutch international. Removed Joe Clark for 35, played onto his stumps, out bowled, sent on his way. Joey Everson came in at number 5, promoted in the order after his 100 last week, and this time out for naught, trapped LBW. So Notts at that stage 142 for 2. Stephen Mullaney and Ben Duckett at the crease with another single takes the score to 151 for 4. In fact, they come back for a second, so 152 for 4 it is. Duckett working it out into the deep on the leg side.
You, of course, were entirely responsible for Everson's dismissal.
Oh, of course.
Having told us that he was unbeaten so far in the first match and the pre-season with 200 odd runs to his name.
How often does it happen though, a century in one innings and Duccarello scoring another for players? It's happened for as long as the game's been played, really. Wheel into Duckett, drives into the offside this time. Can't beat the fielder, who is Marnus. 152 for 4. I think it's the first time he's played here. Certainly the first time I've seen him. I thought, my impression was that he was a little taller. Seems to stand tall in the crease, but he's not a giant, is he, Labuschagne? He's not a skyscraper of a cricketer, and I thought he was a little taller than he actually appears in real life. Not that matters at all. He's a high quality player and number 1 in the World Test rankings at the moment. Next ball sees Duckett. This time he has slapped it away through the offside. He's been looking to tee up Wheel through this over. He got 1 away early. In fact, he's taken 10 from that over. Could have gone. He flailed at the first couple, got nothing on it. But as the over went on, picked off 4-2-4, and it's 156 for 4. And Ben Duckett on to 63, and just starting to look very, very dangerous indeed. If you're a Glamorgan supporter, I don't think you'll be entirely happy where you've got Nottinghamshire until Duckett's out. We're at the halfway stage, Nick. 156 for 4 after 48 overs, and that means we've got exactly the same allocation left, another 48 overs.
Yeah, the 150 came up with the slowest 50 so far. You won't be surprised to hear. It took 24 overs from the 25 over mark to the 49th, 24 give or take. So scoring rate slowed, but Duckett doing his best at the moment to speed it back up again as Michael Neser comes back for a third spell, and that's played off the back foot through the offside by Mullaney. He'll pick up 2 runs as fielded by Salter inside the cover boundary. 158 8 for 4. Mulaney to 3 not out. Michael Nisa bowled 5 overs in his first spell, 4 in his second just before lunch, so he's back for a third spell. 1 for 22 now. And it'll be interesting to see how Glamorgan go for the T20 fixtures if all 3 of their overseas are available. This is likely to be the case for the first couple of games. Nisa might have a little bit of a rest then if they go for the 2 batters, Labuschagne and Ingram. But didn't play T20 last season. Many thought he might have got a look in when Ingram had a disappointing run. As that's driven to cover by Mulaney, straight to Carlson, and there is no run. Hopefully it will be a difficult decision for the Glamorgan management if they're all in form at the time. 158 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. TrentBridge.co.uk and GlamorganCricket.co.uk. Our commentary is on the stream as well, as Nisa runs away from us at the Radcliffe Road end and bowls to Mulaney. Half volley outside off stump and duly dispatched as Mulaney gestures the dressing room as if he's forgotten some item of his clothing.
Well, I think it's a wardrobe malfunction. I think he seemed to suggest that his thigh pad had either worked loose or needs another one. Sometimes the old Velcro strap breaks and what have you. He dropped his trousers, didn't he, and pointed quite frantically. I think he's going to carry on until the end of the over. It's quite a way to greet an elegant shot for a boundary there, wasn't it?
Thankfully he was still well covered amidships despite the temporary absence of trouser. 162 for 4, Mulaney 7. Nisa steams in bowls and Mulaney defends on the leg side, no run. Hogan picks the ball up and furiously polishes away on the bottom of his shirt. No threat for Hogan. 162 for 4. So the northeast drop of Everson didn't cost Glamorgan. The drop of Duckett has already cost them 34 runs. These balls up in the block hole, driven by Mulaney straight to cover as he eyed some more runs.
Was the Royal London success celebrated as it should be? I mean, I came along as a neutral, thought it was a terrific day, and all credit to the supporters of Glamorgan and Durham really engaged in it. It was a good game of cricket, wasn't it? I was absolutely delighted that it turned out as it did.
Nisa to Mulaney, who drives again through the offside, hand off the bat as he smashes that one away to the ropes, and that wasn't the greatest of comeback overs by Michael Nisa, as it's gone for 10 runs, 1 for 30 Nisa, Mulaney 11, 166 for 4. Yes, it was very much enjoyed. It was Glamorgan's first trophy in 17 years since they won the one-day league in 2004, as it then was, and the first time that they'd won a final, having lost 3 finals at Lord's. So, although obviously people know that a lot of the sides, like Nottinghamshire, were very much weakened. Glamorgan had 5 players away. They chose not to play them in the final when a couple of them were available, which I thought was an honourable decision, but not one that I'd have made it.
Yeah, Durham
fielded a couple of their 100 players, 2 out of 3 I think who were available. I think I'd have been tempted to bring in the couple that were available, to be honest, because it was playing within the rules. The rules.
You're not missing any cricket. We did have, or we have got Stephen Mulaney having his wardrobe malfunction be attended to. I think it is the thigh pad, and it's all been sorted out, so we'll be underway in a second. 166 for 4. The captain's back, David Lloyd, going to have another go. He came into the attack to bowl to Joe Clark, and his first ball was a long hit away for 4. His final ball of that first over was hit away for 6, and then in his second over, when you wondered, none for 10, will he have another over? He could very, very easily have had Ben Duckett, who was dropped by Sam Northeast. So he's going to be bowling to the aforementioned Duckett, who's on 63. First ball, seems Duckett cut it away to backward point, but there is protection out there. Ben Duckett won't like that. He doesn't like giving the strike away first ball. It's on to 64, 167 for 4. And we'll swap over now for the right-handed Stephen Mullaney. We've got some lefties to come after this, with Tom Moores, Liam Patterson-White and James Pattinson, all left-handed batsmen. And then a couple of righties to follow, with Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Steve Mullaney just held things up where they looked round, just sorted out in his mind where all the fielders were, and then pulls this away on the leg side, but didn't properly get hold of it. Would have cleared the stand over there had he properly middled it. Just gets a single, 169 for 4.
Yeah, that was a good old-fashioned agricultural hoik, wasn't it? Aimed at sticking the ball into the top row of the stand somewhere.
In fact, Ian had beaten me to it. It's 168 for 4. He'd already put the run on.
Oof.
Lloyd to Duckett. Down the leg side. Definitely a one-day wide, but not of course in this format. Good take from Cook. Tidy keeping.
That one slipped at Lords. Wales 26 for 0 off 8, chasing 227 to win against MCC in 50 overs. Michael Claydon, the captain, and Matthew Humphreys with the honour of opening the batting there.
168 for 4. Next ball worked away by Duckett. He'll get another single here on the leg side to go on to 65. 169 for 4. There, I've beaten you this time, Ian. Wouldn't be at all surprised. It's just got that sort of feel that we might play the last half an hour to an hour of the day with the floodlights on. Remains to be seen, of course. Might be a glorious evening, but it's never really blossomed into an absolutely glorious day, but at the same time it's never really threatened to be anything other than pleasant. There's no breeze at all. Don't know what's happening here. Is
someone moving possibly behind the bowler's arm?
No sight screens at that end, of course. Mullaney on strike, leaves it alone, goes through to the keeper. No sight screens. You can see somebody there in a bright red top, which I don't know. It's not the best place to sit, really, is it, with a bright red top on?
I mean, they've done their best, obviously, to have a white background, but I'm really surprised that they allow spectators in that area when they're playing on this particular strip. You'd have thought they'd have closed maybe that quarter of the pavilion seating. Well,
they always have. They always have. 169 for 4. The next ball is defended. And I'll tell you what will perhaps irk one or two. You can see the balcony. That's it's obviously got shutters across it, or Hessian across it, or whatever. That's the committee balcony. There's nobody there. Clearly they've been moved over to one of the hospitality boxes on this side of the ground, down below us, for this match. They've been ousted for this one. But they shut that, but they don't shut the or they don't, as you say, they don't put a restriction on people sitting there almost behind the arm. They're low down, but you can't imagine that they wouldn't get in the batsman's eye line.
No, I mean, and the odds are that someone will forget during the course of the day that the bowling's from
it's happened,
from that end.
It's happened forever. It's never, or not usually, roped off.
Deesa to Duckett, defensive on the offside, plays to cover. No run. 169 for 4. Those
of you that know the ground, the strip we're playing on is as we look from the Radcliffe Road end to the left of centre, so it's more towards the Fox Road side of the ground, so there are plenty of spectators over there. They will feel the action is fairly close to them. There's still a healthy number over on the Smith Cooper stand or the William Clark stand, but the action's a long old way away really from the William Clark stand, but people do have their favourite seats.
Next delivery, a dab on the offside by Duckett, and thought about pinching a single, and decided wisely otherwise. 169 for 4. Yes, I'm surprised anyone's in that stand at mid-wicket at the moment, because there is a good 30 metres between the boundary rope and...
well, the Harvard cover. That's the William Clark stand.
Yeah.
On the other side...
As Nisa bowls off drive from Duckett, not quite timed, no run.
On the other side, you can see the stairs leading down onto the concourse in that stand. I think there's a bar there, so maybe, just maybe.
That's part of the attraction, is it?
Maybe that's one of the reasons. But people do have preferential sitting areas. They do catch up with people, don't they? Some will be delighted to catch up with people after the winter. It's the old fisherman syndrome with one or two people.
Nisa bowls slashed off a thick edge by Duckett down to third man. He'll come back for the second, and he hurries, and he's all right. Chris Cook lobs it back at Nisa just in case, and Mullaney just giving a little applause or appreciation to Duckett of seeing the second run was available. 67 to Duckett.
I call it the fisherman syndrome. People do like to go and take a fishing rod and sit by a bank on their own, have a little bit of solace all day, get away from all the world's problems, and it's a little bit like that here with some people. You see plenty of individuals that have come and they're sat nowhere near anybody else. They just want a little bit of peace and quiet, forget the rest of the world and all its problems, and sit and watch the cricket.
Pull shot by Duckett.
Hit him on the helmet.
Oh, yes, so I was looking down towards square leg with that solid thud. I assumed he'd made contact, but he did not, and the ball bounced out on the offside, and Duckett will presumably have to have his lid changed.
It's perfectly okay, we should point out, or he seems to be perfectly okay. He's took his helmet off straight away, and the umpires are calling on the physio that'll have to check him out, look into his eyes. What day is it, Ben? Can you see into my eyes? All the other stuff they ask him half a dozen questions, and the physio will be absolutely right on the money. This physio coming on, Koo Bansal has replaced. This is effectively his home debut. He's replaced James Pipe, who was here for several years, but has now gone. Is in the IPL with Lucknow Super Giants, and Koo Bansal was one of those that were released by Yorkshire during the winter and has been snapped up here. So he's been able to quickly get back in employment, and he's quickly become part of the furniture here. They're very popular with the lads.
It'll be interesting to see what legal proceedings there are at Yorkshire, won't it, with terms of the root and branch dismissal of, what was it, or 16 people, some of whom will have had very little contact indeed with the playing squad in terms of any unfortunate atmospheres or denigratory remarks that may or may not have been made, and some of those people would have had very little contact, as I say. So how you can be got rid of like that, I really don't know.
Remains to be seen if there's any further action or any action taken against Yorkshire. There was a little bit of speculation and wonderment, if you like, if that's a word, as to whether Yorkshire might be demoted, and had they been demoted, would Notts be the one that would have gone back to Division 1, because of course Notts were the relegated side in 2019. So,
everyone knows it ought to have been Glamorgan as the fourth side in Division 2.
Whatever. I mean, it just meant that it was. They say it was nothing to do with that, but it just took ages for the fixtures to come out, didn't it?
Yes. And once you decided the format, there was Not, you wouldn't have thought any obvious reason why they were delayed until, was it late January?
Yeah, something like that, certainly in January. 171 for 4. Going to get underway again. What time of day is it then? Is it
20 past 3ish?
20 past 3, and we've still got 13 overs to go before tea, so that's going to be about 5 past 4, 10 past 4, 10 past 4ish, you'd imagine, as Michael Neser comes in to bowl to Duckett. Of course, this over hasn't concluded. It was a case of Ben Duckett needing a little bit of checking out and a new helmet from the 5th ball of the over, and he's taken a single from the final ball of the over, running it down to 3rd man, so he'll keep strike. 172 for 4.
Yes, there's some good run rates around today, obviously, with Surrey 182 for 2 in Division 1 against Hampshire. Half centuries there for Patel and for Amla. Also in the runs, Derbyshire with that Masood century that Dave was referring to. They're 210 for 2 with Masood 134 not out.
Yeah, they're in the field there. Sussex, of course, played Notts last week, and the 2 new overseas they're also playing. We're seeing a lot of overseas make their debut. Cheteshwar Pujara, the Indian, and Mohammad Rizwan, the Pakistani wicketkeeper batsman. So a couple of real quality, experienced players there to strengthen Sussex.
As the first ball of Lloyd's over is turned down to fine leg by Duckett, single taken, 69 he has, 173 for 4 Nottinghamshire, recovering after that double dismissal in short order by Van der Hoogten, getting rid of Joe Clark for 35 and then Joey Everson without scoring. Those wickets falling in the 43rd and 45th over as the next ball is dot ball, well stopped by Salter at point. Mullaney trying to force away. Van der Hoogten 2 for 48, Neser 1 for 33. The wicket-taking bowlers and the boot of James Whale responsible for a run-out of non-striker Hasib Hamid. 173 for 4. Nottinghamshire moving back into the ascendancy with this little partnership. As Lloyd bowls outside off stump, Mullaney shoulders arms. And even though the conditions led David Lloyd to put Nottinghamshire in, they haven't really, the Glamorgan bowlers, made the most of it. And I wonder if we'll see a little bit of spin before too long. There's 3 options: Taylor, Salter, Labuschagne. Lloyd bowls. Mullaney stretches forward and plays no shot when he gets their bat upraised. So cloud just filling in a little bit. It's still pretty high, and I don't think we're going to get any rain today. Last week we had rain every day because Ben Rain was playing for Durham at the time when it was threatening to rain. Got a bit of tangle. Mullaney defends Lloyd to mid-off. No run. Had hailstorms on the first 2 days last week in Cardiff that on each occasion left the outfield quite white. Lancashire in the runs as well. Half centuries for Stephen Croft and Dane Vilas. 196 for 3 against Kent in Division 1. Gloucestershire 139 for 3 against Yorkshire. It's Lloyd bowls and Mullaney defends on the offside. No run. 173 for 4. Duckett 69, Mullaney 12. Gloucestershire have got 80 not out from Australia's Marcus Harris. What haven't we given you? Somerset 109 all out, Essex 17 for naught in reply at Taunton. Chester Street, Durham making decent progress, 165 for 3 with 70 not out from Sean Dixon opening the batting. No Alex Lees there, obviously been withdrawn by England for working too hard last week. Bellingham 78 not out.
Isn't that a nonsense? Absolute nonsense if that's the reason. Well, it is.
My gob is smacked.
You get a, when he returns to action, be it next week or the week after, and he gets a low score, and then they'll be saying, he's not had enough cricket. Mine plays against Notts, or Durham play against Notts next week today. Notts are at Chesterley Street. There's Michael Neser starting his 12th over, 173 for 4 bowls to Ben Duckett, who's leaving it alone. He's becalmed on 69, or certainly in the 60s. Seems to have taken his time getting through the 60s. Got to his 50 from 104 balls. He's now 69 from 130.
It's allegedly pleasant and warm, according to Martin Emerson at Chesterley Street.
Neser to Duckett, a little chop out into the offside. There's no run.
But Mr. Emerson claims that Chesterley Street is the temperate weather capital of the United Kingdom.
The Roca Riviera, the balmiest hotspot in the country.
Durham do have...
Not entirely sure how he's spelling balmy, though.
Durham do have Keegan Peterson, their South African, on board.
It's nice to see the overseas players back this year, and I do like the 2 overseas players allowed rule. Nice to get them back in the county game. 173 for 4. Next ball is dropped by Duckett, and he was coming down a pace or two as if he wanted his captain to support him and steal a single, but I don't think there was one there.
No, his hands out. Do you fancy it? No.
Yeah.
Get back, sunshine. Steve West claims that the phrase, of course, a couple of quick wickets now would change the game. Did change the game last time. Caden says, big drop from North East before lunch. If we can get Duckett soon, we're in the driving seat.
It's Neser who's trying to get him. He's in again. Bowls. Lovely shot from Ben Duckett through the offside for 4. I've perhaps gone early on that, It might just pull up. It will. He's hit that towards the furthest boundary, and Hogan's after it. And they come back for 3.
Look at that throw.
It was absolutely impressive all the way down to the far end to Cook. I think as the season goes on, and it won't have to go on too much longer, that would have gone for 4. Usually very, very quick outfield here, but that was hit to the furthest boundary. Nice looking shot from Duckett, and he is out of the 60s and on to 72. 176 for 4. So Notts inching closer to the batting point situation. If they can get up to 200, they'll get the first batting point. Next ball is defended, and there's no run.
The schedule has been announced for Wales football in June. They play 5 games in the space of 14 days, including, second of those, on 5th of June, the World Cup playoff, which will be against Scotland or Ukraine in Cardiff. Postponed for thoroughly obvious reasons, the Scotland-Ukraine semi-final playoff.
Neser. Bowl short. Mullaney helps himself to 4 runs away on the leg side. There's no protection out there at all, is there? None whatsoever. And a boundary for Stephen Mullaney. That was a test, or intended to be a testing delivery from Michael Neser, but it ended up really in just being an invitation to Stephen Mullaney just to practice his pull shot.
He might have thought that if he intended to bowl that delivery, he would have dropped square leg back as well as fine leg. Tonight
I shall be having a little look at the old darts on the telly. I shall be watching the Ferret and watching the Iceman. There's your Welsh link, and we'll be shouting 180 for 4 because that's the score.
Very good.
Listen to Gail Wyn's new walk-on song. Katy Perry's Raw,
which Dave will perform for you in the tea interval.
Oh, well, yeah. I like a bit of Katy Perry.
Lloyd bowls, and defended by Duckett. Back down the pitch, no run.
What else did she do? Firework? That was one of hers, wasn't it?
Did she kiss a girl at one point?
Did she? Did she like it?
I think she might have, yeah. Not at all publicity seeking, but it worked. Yeah, Wales play Scotland or Ukraine 5th of June at home. They also, in the course of those hectic 14 days, Lloyd bowls and back on his stumps goes Duckett and defends on the offside. Play Poland away.
What's this in?
It's the World Cup playoff, but they've also got the Nations League as well in June.
Well, Scotland have got to play Ukraine first, haven't they?
Yes.
Well, when does Scotland play Ukraine?
That's a question that I shall answer very shortly.
Oh.
Wales also play Netherlands, Belgium. Play Netherlands twice by the look of it, and Belgium. As Lloyd bowls down leg side, flicked away, backward of square, ball bouncing down to deep backward square. Salter picks it up. 2 more runs to Ben Duckett. Moves to 74 not outs here on BBC Sport Online. As I have to check with our Scottish colleagues.
The fixtures have been confirmed today, other than
the Wales were, presumably they were just published a few minutes ago, I think. Beautiful drive from Duckett, but a half stop at cover keeps them down to a single. That match between Scotland and Ukraine is played on the 1st of June, so just 4 days before the final playoff. Of course, everyone hopes that Ukraine are in a position to viably fulfil that fixture, but presumably a fair percentage of their players working abroad.
Difficult.
Horrible. 183 for 4. Lloyd to Mullaney. Turns to mid-wicket, no run.
I think the Prime Minister said it would only be right and proper for Ukraine to automatically qualify, didn't he?
Yes.
Until it was sort of pointed out that it was a bit of a trick question.
Yes. Voters in Scotland or Wales, while wishing Ukraine all the best in general, would probably not agree with that football suggestion. As that's short from Lloyd. Pulled away. Bouncing down to Van der Hoogten at deep backwards square. Thought for a moment he might have holed out because he didn't get all of it. Mullaney, he retains the strike because that's the end of the over. 184 for 4. Duckett 75, Mullaney 17. And Nottinghamshire moving up through the gears again after a quiet spell after lunch.
Yep, if invited to free their arms and play a big shot, these two will go after it. Alec Wilson just tweeting at the same time as I said that, don't you think it's crazy that FIFA can't allow Ukraine into the World Cup and let Scotland and Wales play off for the other place? Well no, because there's only one place.
There's only one place, yeah.
One place.
Yes, everyone apart from Scotland and Wales would probably agree with Ukraine being given a free pass, but there we are.
184 for 4. Stephen Mullaney has made his way to 17 from 24 balls, and he's now facing Michael Neser, who comes in, generating good pace as he bowls at Mullaney, who just flat bats it up to mid-on. No run, fielded by Hogan. Ben Slater out for 17 this morning, caught in the slip cordon off Neser. Then a Seabermead unluckily run out for 34. Ben Duckett driving the ball crisply straight back to the bowler James Whale, who deflected it. Only he will know if it was deliberate. I suspect he was trying to stop the ball, but it deflected onto the stumps and Hamid hadn't run his bat back in. Push up to mid-off from this next ball by Mullaney. There's no run. After lunch, Joe Clark bowled by Van der Hoogten for 35. Suspect it came off either the bat handle or his glove. And in the following over, Joey Everson, who'd been promoted to 5, it was almost inevitable. He was dropped on naught, and then 2 balls later he was LBW for naught to Van der Hoogten. 184 for 4 it is now. This pair have added 42 in pretty quick time. Decent fashion. 9 overs to go for tea after this one. Another push into the offside by Mullany, partially stopped. They'll take a single, shy at the stumps, which hits from Kieran Carlson, but Ben Duckett is home, and then as the ball ricochets towards him, he does a nice little bit of keepy-uppy with the ball on the face of his bat before helping it back to the Glamorgan fielders.
That was a firm throw from Carlson, managed to uproot one stump entirely and get another one leaning back. The young man from Cardiff.
185 for 4. Almost like a baseball throw, wasn't it? He speared it back, knocked a stump out the ground. Spoken to Americans, they just can't understand why cricket fielders don't have those big baseball mitts on to catch the ball. Next one's pushed up to mid-off and there's no run.
4 Welshmen in this particular Glamorgan lineup. It might have been 5 had James Harris been fit. Lloyd, Salter, Carlson and Taylor flying the homegrown flag, though Taylor was partly grown in Australia before returning to his native shores.
185 for 4. Next ball, squared Duckett up. He's going to get a run out onto the offside. 186 for 4. Going back further, a little difficult because I've not gone back further, but the only Welsh-born player to play for Notts this century. Yeah, we'll pop that out there for non-Nottinghamshire supporters, because you've heard me say it enough times, but the only Welsh-born player to play for Notts this century. It's in white ball, I should say, rather than in red ball. Mullany ducks underneath this one. 186 for 4. There's a little quiz question for you at Brace Cricket at Nick Webb 2017. This century there's been one Welsh-born player to play for Notts in white ball cricket. End of the over. Duckett 76, Mullany 18, partnership of 44. Notts within 14 of a batting point. Difficult to know what would be seen as a par score first innings here. I mean, it's the old saying, isn't it? You want as many as you can get, and nobody really knows until both sides have had a go as to who's in the advantage. But it looks as if we've got some twirly-whirly stuff. The top performer with the ball in last week's round of matches is going to come on and have a bit of a bowl, and this could be interesting. It's going to be Andrew Salter, and he's going to be bowling to Ben Duckett. So Duckett's just dug in his back pocket and got out all his scoops and switch hits and reverse flicks and every other type of way of hitting a ball.
Yeah, I think Salter would probably welcome it if he did come at him, since
he will.
Salter made the most of batsmen coming at him last week.
He will.
Or last Sunday.
I wouldn't anticipate we'd have to wait too long before an attempted reverse or a full reverse or switch hit. Is this your over or mine?
It's mine, because we swapped a couple of overs ago, I believe. And Salter is into bowl to Duckett, back on his stumps, defending, and various cries from the middle. It was perfectly decently defended in the end, but the fielders endeavouring to suggest otherwise. Salter then, with his off breaks, had 15 wickets last season and 7 in the first game of this. Oh dear, that's really dragged down from Salter. That wasn't where he went to bowl it. It's 2 runs down to deep backward square, and Wheel just about cuts off the boundary. Duckett to 78 not out. Nottinghamshire to 188 for 4.
It's a current international cricketer, by the way, the one born in Wales that's played for Notts this century.
Ah, yes.
Current international.
Yes. Salter bowls, Duckett back on his stumps and defending. It's a good question. Salter to Duckett again. slip in place. Duckett doesn't quite time a drive, and Salter feels. The slip is David Lloyd. You sometimes see Michael Hogan, or have done Michael Hogan, fielding at slip for a spinner, on the grounds that he's got such a vast wingspan, you suspect, Hogan. Salter bowls, Duckett props forward again to defend.
Yeah, Notts change their slip catches. Stephen Mullaney always goes in there for the slower bowlers, but not for the quicks.
Next delivery from Salt around the wicket. Here's the reverse, and he's got it away. It's running down for 4 to the backward point boundary, and well predicted, Mr. Bracegirdle. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two. Mullaney has 18 of them. Duckett has 31, one sundry. 192 for 4. Nottinghamshire once more in the ascendancy. That came off 67 balls, 11.1 overs.
Yeah, he's got on with it a little bit. In the last 10 or 15 minutes, Ben Duckett, he crawled through the 50s and 60s, but now into the 80s. That was always likely to happen. Ben Duckett executing the switch hit. David Lloyd coming back on. I think this is the first time he's bowled from this end. He's bowled 7 overs from the pavilion end, figures of none for 26, but the Glamorgan captain is going to have a go from the Radcliffe Road end. He'll be bowling to Stephen Mullaney. Simon Trafford's got the particular individual. There's Mullaney now forcing this into the offside off Lloyd, and Carlson's after it. They've got a couple of runs. So, born in Swansea, the only player to represent Nottinghamshire this decade who's born in Wales is...
Yes, he's played international cricket in Cardiff.
Plays for Pakistan. Imad Wasim. I think his dad was working, or his parents were working in South Wales, and Imad Wasim of Pakistan was born in Swansea.
Moved to Pakistan at the age of about 3, so he hasn't got a Welsh accent, I wouldn't have thought.
194.
I can tell you he hasn't.
No. Mullaney has 20. Set him on the pad, angling down. Suspect going to be a leg by. 195 for 4.
Yes, it's a shame Glamorgan haven't had him on board for a one-day competition. We'll look forward to the shouts of cries of Imad is a Welshman, which greet any overseas player who's doing well, but it would actually be accurate in this case.
Yep. Member of the Notts Outlaws side that won the Blast in 2020, the behind closed doors Blast. Now, what an experience that was at Edgbaston on finals day, because we all know what finals day can be like and usually is like, but it was a miserable, dismal weekend, even though Notts won it. Duckett pushes this into the offside, 196 for 4. Rained all day Saturday. It's almost typical that the only finals day became a finals weekend was the one where spectators weren't allowed in. We were there till about 7 o'clock on the Saturday before it was eventually called off, even though we knew at 11 o'clock in the morning that it was going to rain all day. And delayed starts on the Sunday and short games, and it's just really the exact opposite to what finals day normally is. But Notts were the stronger side and won the trophy. 196 for 4, a boundary away from a point, and they won't get it from this one as Mullaney just bat and pad propped together, forces it into the offside, and there's no run.
It does show you quite how desperate we were for sport to watch, even though for most people it was obvious. We were fortunate enough to be in grounds, but for most people it was on television, and we were grateful for that at the time, weren't we, in 2020.
And the other thing was, it was in the first weekend of October as well, and it's just not cricket. Lloyd bowls. Mullaney will nurdle this down to long leg and take another single. 197 for 4. There are 7 overs after this one before the tea break, so you can bank on round about half an hour.
Yeah, I covered some rugby internationals that at the Principality Stadium in behind closed doors, and it was bizarre, with Wales beating England, the final whistle, and then silence in the stadium.
Yeah. Next ball sees Duckett again. Work it away, square on the leg side. Another single. Duckett 84, 198 for 4 at the end of the over.
It's a really odd experience as a commentator, because you're up there giving it all the excitement of the... Oh, there's nothing, no noise to work with. There's nothing happening in the background. Thankfully, we're back to cricket crowds. They're scattered around Trent Bridge. It wasn't too noisy last week at Glamorgan, A, because the crowd is fairly small because of the weather being awful, but B, because there's no one actually in the stand that we work from at the moment because the building works. So crowds were in the far distance. Noise is off.
It's going to be Salter to continue. What did you call him? 12th man Dan is on the field.
Yeah.
Dan Douthwaite out for a bit of a...
88, Dan Douthwaite.
A bit of a stretch.
As a swing and a miss from Ben Duckett. Cook takes the bails off just in case.
Charlie Taylor said, not a bad start after all. It could have been much worse.
Douthwaite is swinging his arms just to make sure he's warmed up in case he's called on, as Duckett is forward defending. Saw a reverse sweep for boundary in the last ball of the previous Salter over. 6 runs conceded with a drag down off the second ball.
They've got 2 there now to protect against that.
Salter bowls, Duckett drives. Salter doesn't quite get a hand to it, but runs up to mid-off, and there's no run. Some analyst has obviously been doing their work.
Well, I could have told them that. In fact, I did say, didn't I? I'll reverse it straight away.
Duckett bowls, Duckett drives rather off Salter's bowling to mid-on this time, and there's no run. 198 for 4. Duckett 84 not out. Mullaney 21. Salter in again. Duckett down the wicket, drives to mid-off. Will take the single this time. Throw comes in, misses the stumps. Duckett home anyway. 199 for 4. Single pinched. Field changes round for left, between left and right-hander.
He's not going to have Andrew Salter bowl a maiden to him. That seems absolutely certain.
Salter he's staying around the wicket for the right-hander. I was about to say comes back over the wicket, but he doesn't. As Mullaney checks where the fielders are. And Salter bowls, and it's driven off a thick edge to wheel at backward point. No run, 199 for 4 at the end of Salter's over, which yielded just a single to Duckett, who is on 85 not out off 152 balls. Mullaney 21 off 33. And Nottinghamshire 1 run shy of their first batting bonus point.
Yeah, they've added 57 as well, this pair, in reasonable order. 79 balls faced. 6 overs to go now until the tea break, until we can release Nick out the door to get down and get his scone and jam and cream. If there's any left. I don't know how many. You went down at lunch. I don't know how many we've got working in the press box for this particular game.
Not vast numbers.
There's a
handful.
There's an outside chance they'll have saved your scone then. 199 for 4. Going to be Lloyd. Done a good job for his side, and that's going to be another boundary for Duckett, and it's going to be the first batting bonus point for Nottinghamshire. That was a poor start to the over for David Lloyd. He's saying he's done a good job, and he drops that one short on the legs of Duckett, and he just paddled it away for a simple boundary. And Ben Duckett's on 89, 203 for 4. And with 5.5 overs, or 5.5 overs, 5 overs and 5 balls left before the tea break, there's every opportunity that Ben Duckett could, if he stays there, go in at tee with a 3-figure score. We've lost the ball. It's gone down in that little gap between the Fox Road stand and the Larwood and Vose stand, so it's left the ground. It's gone for a drink. Or gone into that car park somewhere, but it's obviously gone straight down the concourse, and there's I think 3 Glamorgan players gone after it. Now it's been returned.
I do enjoy the sight of first-class players having to look for the ball. It sort of grounds them, doesn't it? At least there's no stinging nettles and brambles to poke through.
It's when they get lodged underneath the covers, not the hover cover like you've got here, but on some ground, some of these covers with the wheels that they pull on, and they've got to crawl right underneath to get the ball back. 203 for 4 then, so Notts and Glamorgan are tied at 1 bonus point each as we near the tee interval. Lloyd looking to bounce back from a poor first ball in the over, and Duckett's driven this crisply, and he will get a single here. There was a stop from Michael Hogan, but it went down in instalments and the ball ran away from him, and they take a single. So Duckett's on to 90, 204 for 4.
It's a long way down when you're 6'5" and 40 years old. I think Michael Hogan admitting that he was starting to feel some limbs not being quite as supple as they used to be.
Lloyd to the Notts captain to captain, and Stephen Mullaney leaves it alone. Just one slip in there now for Glamorgan for the bowling of the captain, David Lloyd. 204 for 4. Sun's just penetrating the cloud cover again, shadows around all the players. Lovely to see. Very nice cricket watching weather as Lloyd, squad number 73, bowls on the pad of Mullaney, imploring the umpire to give it, but again Chris Watts, I'm sure his interpretation was that the ball was angling down. Nick's not so sure. Had a quick look at the screen.
I thought from the shot that he was played,
he got across
if it wasn't going down, then it was a poor shot.
Yeah.
But he was looking to hit it through mid-wicket, so that was probably the case.
205 for 4. Lloyd to Duckett, pushes it into the offside and yells 2 straight away. Will get them. 207 for 4. Partnership worth 65. Now, what did we have for the third wicket? We had 67. So this is 2 runs away from matching that. Duckett 2 boundaries away from a 3-figure score. Next ball sees him drive, and that'll come down the ground for, I think, a couple of runs. When he hit it, when it left the back, he's only going to get 1. It was good work by Kieran Carlson, who's he's sprightly, isn't he, Carlson? Quick over the ground and managed to get there and keep them to 1. 208 for 4.
Yeah, hot pursuit after the ball just eluded the elongated dive of Michael Hogan. 208 for 4. Just about got time to see you through a spinner's over before I go and update BBC Radio Wales listeners on the afternoon session, which will be going on somewhat longer than usual. And I wonder if that figure of -1 on the over 8 might become something worse for Glamorgan when it's changed at the tea interval. 208 for 4. Glamorgan not happy with the ball, possibly, after its venture down the concrete alleyways. Richard Illingworth is being asked to rule on the fitness or otherwise. Marnus Labuschagne is in his ear.
Got to show it to the umpires anyway, haven't they? If there is a bit of damage on it, they'll want to bring it to the attention as soon as they can.
We
just
didn't do this.
No, exactly. I think he's got the scissors out, the old-fashioned, let's cut a little bit of loose leather off with the scissors. The same ball as we saw there on the live screen, the same ball has been given back to the bowler. So crack on, lads. You can have a new one in 21 overs, not before. This is going to be the start of the 60th over. 208 for 4. Ben Duckett 93 not out. Salter Bowles. I beg your pardon.
And it's played back to him. No run. Square leg is back towards the boundary in front of the umpire. Salter is in again, and Duckett plays on the leg side, and there's no run.
Although, did you tell me you were going off next door?
I said after this over.
Oh, right, right. Yeah, I sort of... I do hang on your every word, Nick, but I hadn't absorbed exactly when you were leaving me.
Salter bowls slightly quicker, pulled, mistimed slightly through the leg side, but he'll get runs here, possibly 4. Wheel slips and slides, and we'll cut them down to 2 runs as a throw comes in. Duckett didn't get hold of that, and it wasn't a million miles away from mid-wicket. But Taylor didn't put in the dive, so it must have been safe enough. 210 for 4. Duckett on to 95. Salter bowls. Duckett forward defending. 2 short mid-wicket. Taylor ambles in. No run. Hogan is back sweeping on the cover boundary. Not very often you find a fast bowler out there. Salter bowls, Duckett drives to cover, and there is no run. 210 for 4. Having taken lunch at 108 for 2, so Nottinghamshire having the better of both sessions so far. As Duckett drives to cover. No run. End the over. Salter 3 overs, 0 for 9. Duckett 95, Mullaney 21. 210 for 4, Nottinghamshire, with 4 overs still to the tea interval, so I might just about be back by, play still continuing. Dave Bracegirdle to continue.
Thanks very much, Nick. 210 for 4. Going to be Andrew Salter will be bowling to Stephen Mullaney initially. Ben Duckett at the non-striker's end is taking his helmet off, just feeling a little bit of gentle cool breeze on the forehead there, no doubt. Just... the moment reflecting on a decent afternoon's progress so far, but we'll be wanting to make sure he's still there at tea, get these 5 runs if he can, and go on. Job never done for a top order batsman just when you reach 3 figures. Here is Lloyd bowling to Mullaney, a push to mid-wicket where Dan Douthwaite, the subfielder, I was going to say makes the stop. I mean, he just picked the ball up, really. It was only trickling towards him. Traffic light at the moment outside the ground. Start of the Easter weekend. There'll be areas of the country, of course, where it'll be gridlocked, I'm sure, over the next day or two. Big football sporting day tomorrow. 210 for 4. Next ball allowed to go through to the keeper. Just noting that Durham's David Beddingham, of course well known in these parts for his spells with Plumtree, has scored 100. Fine cricketer. Douthwaite Douthwaite again fields after Mullaney defends on the leg side. Scored a century, of course, in the opening round of matches last season. Beddingham here at Trent Bridge, Notts and Durham drawing that match as they did the return at Chesterley Street. Renew acquaintances next week up in the northeast. 210 for 4. Next ball sees Mullaney drive, and it's nicely stopped. Lloyd's down on the ground. Is he okay, the Glamorgan skipper? Let's have a look. Yeah, gets slowly back to his feet. 210 for 4. Paul points out that Notts scored 100 from their first 25 overs in this innings, then 110 from the next 35. I think that's a credit to Glamorgan. They tighten things up certainly after lunch. Is David Lloyd okay? Just seems to have had the wind knocked out of his sails there. Diving to the ground to try and make the stop. Not sure if the ball struck him or not. Is he okay? I think so. Again, it's not doing a vast amount of good for the over 8. Just taking his time to get ready. That's the most important thing, of course, and I'm sure the umpires will take that into consideration. So Mulaney's on 21, working it to point, and remains on 21. Nearly 4 o'clock. Still 35 overs to go, so we're going to be drifting into overtime this evening. Of that there's little doubt. Lloyd bowls, Mulaney again solidly behind it and blocks it, and that's the end of the 61st over, so there are 3 overs left to go before tea. Stephen Mulaney has 21, and now Ben Duckett will back on strike. Continue on 95 not out. Slater out for 17, Hamid 34, Joe Clark 35, and Joey Everson didn't get off the mark today. Going to be Salter to continue, 3 overs none for 9. And here at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 210 for 4. Another couple of runs taken here by Ben Duckett, and that's going to take him to 97. We've got a couple of overs to go until the tea break, so Duckett on the brink of a century here. This afternoon the 2 men dismissed, Joe Clark for 35, Joey Everson without scoring after Hamid and Slater fell in the morning session. Knott's ticking along nicely. Ben Duckett 3 runs away from a century, 212 for 4. Update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. We didn't get an awful lot of notice for that one, so Duckett helped it away for a couple of runs now then within 1 hit, and he has punched us into the offside. He'll just get a single. Chris Davis asking if I think Notts know their best 11 this year. I think right now, Chris, it's going to be a case of there's plenty of bodies putting their hands up for places, and form and fitness and workload and all sorts of things are going to come into the equation. I think there's going to be a lot of changes, I think, for each game. Whilst they've got so many options, particularly in the seam bowling unit, I think they'll exercise those options. Mulaney's hit this one towards deep mid-wicket, and as he got underneath it all the way, no, 1 bounce for 4 into the railings in front of the Larwood and Vose. And Stephen Mulaney moves on to 25, 217 for 4. Pretty sure we're going to see Stuart Broad maybe next week. Luke Fletcher wouldn't be too far away from a spot when he's recovered from his tight hamstring. Lyndon James will, I'm sure, not be out of the side for long as Mulaney plays this on the leg side. And obviously it remains to be seen how the 2 new patos go, and whether they can all remain injury free. But I think there's going to be lots of changes in the bowling department from game to game. Next one deflected by Mulaney down the leg side, so he moves on to 26, 218 for 4. And in fact Mulaney will keep strike because that's the end of the over, so Ben Duckett's again got to wait a little while. Nick's returned alongside me, having updated the good listeners in the Principality.
They're not singing in the valleys now.
They might be if they can get a wicket before lunch. They might also be singing in various parts of South Africa and Australia, because Marnus Labuschagne is going to come into the attack just for one over here before tea. There are 2 left to go before the break, but Labuschagne to bowl the penultimate over from this Radcliffe Road end.
That's an interesting run-up from Labuschagne if he bowls from there.
Has it lengthened his run?
He didn't in county cricket last year. I wonder if he's going to bowl some seamers. He bowled a few. Well, he's tossing the ball from one hand to another. He's coming off a.
I like it when the co-commentator, if you like, or the other commentator, doesn't know what the bowler's going to bowl.
Here he comes then, from more or less the same length as David Lloyd, and bowls a sort of medium pace-ish that hits Mullaney on the pad as he tries to pull. He has bowled a bit of seam up in club cricket in Australia, I know. Not sure whether he's done it at first class level before, but he's coming off a similar run to David Lloyd.
He's moved his bowling mark after 1 ball.
Chris Cook is standing back, and Marnus Labuschagne is now bowling seam instead of leg spin. As he bustles in, bowls, and Mullaney flat back defends it rather. Back to the bowler, and there's no run. I think they're just baffled by this.
He's perhaps been looking at videos of him bowling leg spin for the last 2 or 3 days, trying to work out his wrong un, and then he sees Labuschagne come hurtling in off a 25-yard run.
Yes, I'm not quite sure if hurtling is the apt description, as he bowls again slightly short of a length, cut away just the single to Mullaney. Would you like to take over and describe potentially Duckett getting to 3 figures?
Or putting the mockers on him, but very kind. Could be one that he'll remember if he can clip Labuschagne away. So Ben Duckett on 98 not out. The Glamorgan side, as you'd expect, just making him wait a little bit, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 now on the single, 4 on the fence. Needs 2 runs, Duckett. Labuschagne bowls to the left-hander, and he gets solidly behind it and pushes it back to Marnus Labuschagne. Ben Duckett, still only 27, seems like he's been around for an awfully long time. Born in Kent, Farnborough in Kent. I know there's another Farnborough. That's in Hampshire, isn't it? But he was born in the Kent one. This is his 110th first-class match, and pushes into the offside. And Carlson, if he hits the stumps, will run Mullaney out and misses. That was, well, put your own word, insert your own word. Foolish, risky, extreme, chancy, risky. But he's gone to 99. Duckett was always going to be safe. It was just a little push straight to the right of Kieran Carlson, and almost sold his skipper down the river there, and Mullaney was in a little bit of bother if Carlson had hit, and he narrowly missed, and fielder stood with hands on head. Dear oh dear, 220 for 4. Mullaney's on strike. There's 1 ball left in this over, and he's fortunate to be there to face it. Marnus Labuschagne bowls to Mullaney and then lets it go through to the keeper. Is that how you saw it? If he'd hit it, it'd have gone.
Would have been pretty close. It was a difficult chance, I suppose, from squarish on to the wicket.
It was a risk they didn't have to take, wasn't it?
Not sure what to make of that over, to be honest. I mean, it was a respectable over, but you'd have thought that Labuschagne would bowl spin to give the attack something different, since they've already tried 5 other seamers.
Bowling for run-outs. So Ben Duckett on 99 now. Don't imagine there will be too many fielders on the boundary ropes here. Yeah, they're all being assembled, saving the single, just in case Ben Duckett does another little push and run. He's on 99. Andrew Salter is going to come round the wicket from the pavilion end, bowls, and Duckett restrains himself, pushes it back. This is the final over before the session, before the end of the session, so if it is a maiden, he'll go in at T99 not out. There's Salter to bowl to Ben Duckett. On 99, goes for the reverse. In fact, goes for the sweep and gets the single. And as he's making his way down to the non-striker's end, he's punching the air already. Congratulations to Ben Slater. That's his 20th first-class 100. His 6th in Nottinghamshire colours since signing from Northants. And many congratulations to Ben Slater. That's lovely, getting a hug there from Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain. And Ben Duckett, 100 from 169 balls with 10 fours, I think it was, before it disappeared off the screen. And he's really made Glamorgan pay for putting him down on 29. Mullaney's on strike. This one's, well, it's going to be a single there to Mullaney. 169 balls, 10 fours. We'll make a note of that because somebody will ask. All feet off the ground time with 3 balls left.
222.
Don't do this to me, Nottinghamshire.
Salter right arm around the wicket, bowling his off spin to Duckett. Swing and a miss outside off stump. And a polite inquiry comes in from mid-off, but not replicated by those closer to the action. 222 for 4. Salter to Duckett on 100 not out, and he's slapped that one out to cover. Single taken, 101 to Duckett. 223 for 4. Double Nelson doesn't remain on the board for long.
115 have been added in the session. 115 for 2. 108 for 2 this morning.
As Mullaney defends, and that will be the tea interval with Nottinghamshire strongly placed at 223 for 4. Duckett is on 101, Mullaney is on 28, and the wickets to fall in the afternoon session, those of Joe Clark for 35 and Joey Everson, without scoring, both to Tim van de Hoogten.
Thanks, Nick. Nick Morell with that run out near miss. Mull should make sure Ben Duckett attends his next birthday party and sees how many candles are on his cake. It was a risky one, really was, but Mullaney would have gone. Ben Duckett's still there. It was dropped on 29. It was 30 not out at lunch, 101 not out at tea. How many more can he get? How many more can Notts get? And can Glamorgan break the cycle of 2 wickets in the spell? 2 wickets this morning, 2 in the afternoon session. We've still got 32 overs to go today, a full third of the action. Nottinghamshire 223 for 4 as the players head off for tea. We'll do the same. We'll be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time. Where the players are just walking back onto the field for this final session of the day. Nottinghamshire perhaps just with their noses ahead in this game. 223 for 4 at tea, largely thanks to Ben Duckett. A splendid century for him. He was dropped on 29 this morning by Sam Northeast, former Nottinghamshire teammate, of course, but has played some beautiful shots since then and went to his 20th first-class 100 just before the break. Stephen Mullaney's with him on 28. Disappointment for young Joey Everson after his 100 last week. He was out for naught this afternoon. We're just about to get going again with Notts 223 for 4. So that's where we are. Nice way to bring you up to speed with the evening session here. A warm welcome back to Trent Bridge, to the commentary box. Dave Bracegirdle with you from BBC Radio Nottingham alongside BBC Wales Nick Webb. We're moments away from getting underway. Michael Hogan, we haven't seen with ball in hand for a while, is going to get things up and running. There are 16 overs to go until that second new ball. Clearly Glamorgan will want a wicket or two. Nottinghamshire, through Duckett and Mullaney, will perhaps have a look for an over or two and then really try and push on. Should be good, Nick, whatever happens.
Yeah, not sure that Michael Hogan will be that pleased to be bowling at this stage before the new ball, as he runs away from us at the Ratcliffe Road end and bowls to Duckett, who defends back to the bowler. Unless he's going to have a quick burst now and then, a rest, and then come back with the new ball. Glamorgan without James Harris because of illness for this game. He might well have been in the starting 11 otherwise, but he was a late withdrawal from plans. 223 for 4. 2 slips for Hogan with this old ball. 65th over as he bowls to Duckett, who slams that one into the covers. Ooh. But it is very well stopped indeed. At cover, just as spectators were waiting to claim another boundary, and Northeast, having put down that slip chance early today, in fact put down a couple, caught one, the other one didn't cost them anything but made an excellent stop at cover, saving 4 runs there. Duckett forwards, defending to Van der Hoogten at mid-off.
You're an intelligent man, explain the over 8 to me.
Level. Given that tea was one of the later teas that you'll see, it's about 10 past 4, wasn't it? I guess they'll have added a reasonable amount of time for the discussion of the ball, and indeed for the ball disappearing down a concrete path into somewhere in the back end of Trent Bridge. That one is smashed through the covers for 4 runs. Surely it will reach the boundary. It will, despite slowing up slightly, and Duckett laying into a slightly wide delivery. And Michael Hogan has not been at his penetrating best so far today.
We are really stretching things to say that the odd moment taken to fetch the ball back and the couple of times that the physio ran on have seen the Glamorgan over 8 of -1 at lunch be reduced to level when we went for tea half an hour later. I never get it. It's the same every week. They've not been, deliberately slow. It's when sides are deliberately slow that you like to see them punished.
Hogan in to bowl to Duckett, who plays to mid-on, and there's no run. 227 for 4 as the scoreboard is still enjoying its scones and jam.
One thing I haven't even thought about today or mentioned, before the Hove game last week, I had it on fairly good authority that the umpires were going to be quite happy to start taking sweaters and caps again, yet they didn't in the Hove game, and I've not really noticed here. I don't think they are here, are they?
Hogan is into bowl, turned on the leg side into a gap by Duckett. They'll dash through for a single. 228 for 4. 5 off the first over since lunch. Yes,
At Hove they didn't. They carried on as in COVID times with end of the every over. For both sides, the sweater.
No, I didn't notice that
the 12th man
Cardiff.
rushing on.
No, I didn't notice that in Cardiff. Mind you, it was so cold, I don't think anyone took any sweaters off during the course of the match.
But the bowlers like to hand them on, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
No, at Hove it was as in COVID times.
228 for 4. Duckett on 106. Wheeland the attack.
Yes, he's not got a notch in the end column, the wickets column yet. James Whale, 0 for 38, but played a significant part in the dismissal of a Mead. Bowled to him, and the right-hander drilled the ball back crisply, and Whale, whether by accident or design, make your own mind up, deflected it onto the stumps, and Mead hadn't got back and made good his ground, I think is the expression in the laws of the game. Needed to make good his ground, but didn't. 228 for 4. Duckett 106. Partnership now worth 86. Oh, we nearly chipped this up to mid-wicket. One bounce to a fielder there who is
Salter.
Andrew Salter, thank you. 228 for 4. Just pushed at it, and it ballooned up, looped up towards Salter, but didn't get there on the full. Just rattle through the other scores in just a second as we're fresh after a break. Duckett works this away for a single. He'll go to 107. 229 for 4.
Told that Labuschagne has, thank you Adnan, bowled seam up in first-class cricket in Australia as well, dismissing Cameron Green on one occasion. Thank you Adnan for that.
Gloucestershire 176 for 6 against Yorkshire at Bristol. Lancashire 249 for 3 against Kent at Canterbury. Somerset 109 all out. Essex 55 without loss at Taunton, and Surrey 232 for 2 against Hampshire at the Oval. And the Division 1 scores. Division 2, Derbyshire 264 for 2, century for Shan Masood. And Durham 242 for 3, century for Beddingham. Mullaney lets this go through to the keeper. Masood, in fact, is 161 not out, and looks to be a canny signing by Derbyshire. I think he got 87 last week in Derbyshire's match. 161 not out.
I wonder if Labuschagne bowling seam means we're more or less likely to see his bouncer than when he bowls leg spin.
Here comes Wheel into bowl to Mullaney, although the board says Duckett. I think it might be stuck again. We had it earlier on.
Oh yes, it's having a few moments today, isn't it?
Yeah, teething problems. First game of this. Well, no, they've had a pre-season game or two here.
You need to pay the electricity bills. I know they've gone up a lot.
Oil the cogs.
Get the elves working more quickly.
Wheel in to Stephen Mullaney. Gentle push into the offside. Board says 228 for 4. It might be. I think it might be one on from that. It might be 229 for 4. But we'll not worry over one run right now. I'm sure they'll sort it out.
It's 228 at the end of the Hogan over because of 5 runs came off it.
comes Wheel. Once more. Balls to Mulaney. And he pushes it into the covers, and there's no run. Labuschagne doing the fielding. As if you weren't with us, Marnus Labuschagne came on for the penultimate over of the afternoon session. Used to him serving up a few leg breaks, but he came in off 20 yards or so, pushing it through. Bustling medium pace. 2:28 for 4. The board still locked in position.
2:29.
It'll have a bit of a reboot in a second, and we'll be
Turn it off and turn it on again.
in fact, the one to my left, which we can only just see, does say 2:29 for 4, so it's the Batman board that's not working.
Hogan bowls. Duckett picks up a single down backward of square on the leg side, enthusiastically as ever fielded by Labuschagne as a throw at the non-striker's end, and hits the stumps from about 30 or 40 metres away on the turn, and the ball ricocheted away, but there were no buzzers to be had. 230 for 4. Nottinghamshire looking to establish a grip on this game after being put into bat. Labuschagne will jog in to be second slip as he rehearses that throw, which was a perfectly decent one. Hyperactive Marnus Labuschagne as Hogan is into bowl, and Mulaney turns one down to fine leg and will pick up a single. Nisa Fields 231 for 4.
Yeah, I presume Ian's aware in the Batman board there, because the screen he can see looking across the ground is absolutely right, but the
Surprised they don't operate in tandem, actually.
well,
Different shapes, I suppose, so
Yeah,
they show
I
slightly
thought-
different information.
No, I thought they did. I thought they always showed roughly the same, but if anybody over that end of the ground can alert Ian, if he doesn't already know.
Hogan round the wickets, the left-handed Duckett on 107 approximately. Defends out on the offside and remains on 107 approximately. The one scoreboard is slightly too much of an angle for us to see much of away to our left.
I don't know if it's 6 or 8. It's definitely not 7 that Duckett's on.
107, I believe.
No, he's not. Well, the one away to our left, that's a round number at the end.
Oh, is
there.
it?
It's,
Oh, right.
it's either 106
Okay.
or 108.
Need to refresh this page in
yeah.
front of me then. Hogan is into bowl to Duckett, who chops down rather late on that one, and the ball runs out on the offside. Duckett is on 108. Mulaney is on 29. Van der Hoogten 2 for 48. Nisa 1 for 42. The Glamorgan wicket takers. 6 seamers and 1 spinner used, since Labuschagne qualifies as a seamer on the evidence of his over so far. And Hogan is into bowl, and that's chopped away through the offside. That'll be a couple of runs for Ben Duckett. He'll move up to 110 as North East retrieves from 10 metres in from the deep cover boundary. 233 for 4.
Yeah, 7 right-arm bowlers used by Glamorgan, with Andrew Salter bowling a little bit of off-spin.
5 overs, 0 for 20. Nothing really on the wicket at this stage for him. As Hogan bowls and beats Duckett, pushing forward through to Cook. A rare occasion of ball beating bat. 233 for 4. Nottinghamshire. Duckett on 110, Mulaney on 29.
Yeah, good delivery to conclude that over. Tom Moore's expected to come in next at 7. Liam Patterson wide at 8. Then James Pattinson, Brett Hutton and Dane Patterson. Lovely to have the 2 overseas players back. James Pattinson returning for a third spell with Notts, and Dane Patterson back for his second season. There's Whale from the pavilion end. Ball's edged, and that's gone down. Stephen Mulaney's not happy. David Lloyd at first slip down to his left and couldn't hang on. It was dropping all the time, and may well have been that he did all he could to save it going through for 4. It's almost like he cupped the ball on the ground as he dropped to his left. I think he got it cleanly in his hand, but the ball was already touching the grass. So the harshest of harsh would say it was a drop, but very difficult to take. Next one, cut away by Mulaney for 4.
That'll be very difficult to take as well for Wheel. A half chance produced one delivery, and the next one dispatched to the boundary. It's a little bit short and wide, to be honest. Glamorgan just haven't been consistent enough. I mean, people talk about bowling units. Well, they haven't had more than one bowler bowling tightly at any given time, I don't think, other than possibly the first part of the afternoon session. But there have been too many runs on offer for Nottinghamshire.
We think it's 2-3-7 for 4. As Wheel in again to the Notts captain, and well, he's gone down with his bat there, almost trapping the ball to run it down to third man for a single. I think it's 2-3-8 for 4. It's difficult because the screen we're looking at is frozen solid, and we're almost side on to the other one. It'll all come good in the end. Duckett back on strike. It's 30 not out at lunch, 101 not out at tea. Wheel bowls to him, and he's wristily cut that away to a deep point. Out there doing the fielding is Callum Taylor. They take a single. Thought it was the end of the over. It isn't. They're just swapping over. And there's one more.
Hey?
Wheel turns and comes in towards us.
Wheel bowls, and Mulaney will pull this away, and I think he's got underneath it, aiming to launch it high into the sky and over the deep mid-wicket fence and away for 6 runs. Our Lord and Master Kirsty, the producer of the old live stream here, that's the Century Partnership they're applauding, just popped in to say they are aware in the over in the Batman box that the screen isn't working. This might free it now the 5th wicket partnership's gone up. 103 from 138 balls it has indeed. 245 for 4, and Stephen Mulaney with that 6 moves on to 40. Ben Duckett, feet off the ground time. All the ones for Duckett. Wheel hit for 6, and he's now gone for 50. Mulaney will chop this down to third man. I think there's a fielder down below us, just leaning, toppling out of the window. Down here is Michael Hogan, and it's 240. Well, it will be 246 for 4 as it stopped working again. It has, you know. It's 246 for 4. So Notts are a boundary away from a second batting point. Glamorgan with that bowling point, which they secured in the 43rd over with the dismissal of Joe Clark.
In the match at Lord's MCC, bowled out for 226, Wales struggling slightly in reply to get going there. 101 for 5 in the 31st over. Top score there so far of 22. So after 5 wickets for Owen Riley earlier on, Michael Hogan is into bowl, and Mulaney turns on the leg side. Salter rushes in, and there's no run. Rare to see Salter fielding on the leg side. He's usually in the point region, but that looks like Callum Taylor at point.
Been a slow day at Bristol. at tea, Gloucestershire were 152 for 4, but straight afterwards they've lost 4 wickets in quick succession. They're now 183 for 8 against Yorkshire.
Hogan bounds in and bowls outside off stump, allowed to go through. No shot offered by Mullaney on that occasion. He's got a decent strike rate, 40 off 60 balls now approximately.
Very interesting to see how this all shakes up in Division 1, because of course Northampton and Gloucestershire are 2 counties who have been in Division 2 for quite some time. I know Northampton came up for 1 season and went straight back down again, but interesting to see how they go in Division 1.
Hogan bowls. Mullaney, was he hit on the pad? Did he get a bit of bat on it? The ball's rolled out to square leg.
I think there was bat involved.
There was. Umpire Gibbs sort of gives us a soft signal sometimes, doesn't he? Because he puts his hand out before his leg, as it were. 247 for 4 Nottinghamshire. So we're treated to a bit of evening sunlight. It's bursting through the high layer of clouds that's been around for most of the day, but appreciably warmer than it was for round 1 of matches. Let's hope it stays that way.
Got better and better down at Hove, to be fair, and the last day was a very nice day indeed, but first couple of days were freezing.
Hogan bowls full length, and Mullaney, Duckett playing slightly across that one, but got enough bat on it to defend it on the offside. No run. Yes, Cardiff, we had those hailstorms on the first 2 days, which meant there was no play after mid-afternoon on the Thursday and no play after lunch on the Friday, but probably worked to Glamorgan's advantage really, because they were under pressure on the closing stages of the game. Hogan bowls. Oh, he's hit Duckett somewhere amidships as Duckett looked for the pull. Ball didn't quite get up for it, and Duckett just takes a moment to contemplate life.
Yeah.
Not sure how central the blow was.
He struck a few times today. Had to change his helmet after one blow to the head. He's had physio out there with a little bit of the old magic spray after being struck on the knuckles. He very nearly could have gone the same way as a Seba Mead.
Hogan bowls. Forward comes Duckett. No run. End of the over. 247 for 4. Duckett is on 111 and Mullaney is on 42.
Just before Mead was run out, Mead drove crisply back and the bowler deflected the ball onto the stumps, but Duckett had got back, and then a few minutes later, in a complete role reversal, this time it was Duckett hitting it back and Wheel deflected it onto the stumps and Mead hadn't got back. All rather bizarre. 247 for 4. I think we're right. So
yeah.
We need so we need to check, but yep, we're right. 247 for 4. Nottinghamshire need 3 more for a batting point, and they've got Stephen Mullaney on 42. He hit Wheel for a 6 in the last over. Lets this one go through to the wicket-keeper, and obviously there's no addition to the total. So this is the 70th over. Hogan and Wheel operating. You'd imagine that the second new ball can't come soon enough for David Lloyd, and he would certainly want to have probably Michael Neser, and maybe, just maybe, he might go with Tim van der Houten, who's picked up 2 of the 4 wickets if he's going to keep Hogan going in this spell. Or do you not think that's an option as Wheel bowls again and it's defended?
No, van der Houten's opened the bowling on a fair few occasions, so the fact that Hogan is bowling now probably means he's on the relative naughty step, and he's not going to get the new ball this time. But only the 5 overs of spin so far. No Labuschagne spin, no Taylor spin.
247 for 4. Mullaney has 42. James Wheel bowls to him. Stephen Mullaney, the Notts captain, just plays this out onto the offside. Labuschagne doing the fielding.
Eamon Wheel's going for 4 runs and over, unfortunately, as well. It's produced a reasonable amount of pace, James Wheel, but just not consistent enough in putting the ball in good areas, as the horrible saying goes.
Again, we can hear an emergency vehicle, can't see it, but obviously close to the ground. Wheel to Mullaney, drives crisply into the offside, will get a single. Carlson doing the fielding. Mullaney on to 43, 248 for 4. Brings Duckett back on strike with 2 balls left in this over.
Glamorgan ruining the absence of James Harris, who was their most economical bowler in round 1, purveying 24 overs, 1 for 44, and they could have done with someone like that to get through the overs at one end, keep the scoring rate down, and maybe put the pressure on the batsman to score more freely at the other end.
Yeah, I did think at one stage in his career, I think it was about 23rd, winter of 2012 would it have been. Next ball is kept out by Duckett. Tickles it away to long leg for a single. 249 for 4. Duckett onto 113. I think it was the winter of 2012 when James Harris left Glamorgan for the first time that he was going to be coming to Trent Bridge. I know he came and had chats with Mick Neill and the relevant people here, and obviously then it came down to a decision between Trent Bridge and Lords, and he went to Lords, didn't he? 249 for 4. Here's Wheel in and bowls, and this is played on the leg side, and there's no run. Notts were looking for a number 8. The retirement of Paul Frank sort of left a vacancy there, and after James Harris had made his decision, I think Notts then turned to Ajmal Shahzad, who came in and did a reasonable job, but only stayed for the 1 year, didn't they? 249 for 4 at the end of the 70th over there. Wheel through 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54, and it's going to be Hogan to continue.
Yes, James Harris spent 9 years mostly with Middlesex, albeit with a few loan spells here and there, including a couple back at Glamorgan. One summer he seemed to be switching sides every other week up and down the M4. Hogan to Duckett on 112 not out, and that's outside off stump, and a big swing of the bat from Duckett brings him the single that brings up the 250 for Nottinghamshire, and therefore the second batting bonus point, with plenty more within their grasp. We've got 25 overs to be bowled today, and it's nearly 5 o'clock, so I think we're heading for a 20-7 finish at this rate.
Yep. But the over 8 will be 0 at the end of the day.
Hogan to Mullaney, 43 not out, and angling one down to third man for a single, as various of the Glamorgan staff go for a wander. Matthew Maynard, Mark Walton, David Harrison's out there. I don't think the scoreboard looks any better for them from deep extra cover than it would from the dressing room.
Nice to get out and about, stretch the legs though, isn't it?
It is. Hogan to Duckett, just the one slip now, and squirted away off Thickage Hedge down to the backward point area. Diving stop by Nisa, I think it is there. Or is it Wheel? Someone tall. It's Nisa with the beard. I thought I saw a beard. Single taken. Mullaney on to 45 not out.
Written down here on the desk, just as I was getting the Glamorgan side this morning.
As that's pushed forward by Mulaney, so it's a single to Duckett on the previous ball.
Britton Lloyd,
Yeah.
Salter, North East, Labuschagne, Carlson, but Labuschagne will come in ahead of
3,
Sam North
yeah.
East, will he? Yeah.
Yeah, Labuschagne 3, North East 4. Carlson 5, Cook 6, Taylor 7, Nisa or Wheel is 8.
Such a handy player to have, Sam North East. He spent a lot of his career opening, and can basically bat anywhere.
There's Hogan bowls and Mulaney pushes to cover point, no run. Yes, he, by all accounts, has looked very good in the pre-season matches. Scored a few runs. Didn't really get going in the first county game against Durham, making 24 and 5.
He's a fine player. He really is a fine player.
As Mulaney defends to the offside. No run. 252 for 4 are Glamorgan. Nottinghamshire. 71 overs gone, 25 to go. Update for BBC Radio Nottingham listeners fairly shortly.
Yeah, not too far away. We're into the, where are we, 5 o'clock news. So, as Nick says, a good chunk of cricket left this evening. .252 for 4. Duckett once again taking the helmet off and wiping the brow. Does like to bat for long periods. Don't think there'll be any element of fatigue just yet. He's on 114. Gets behind this one and defends. So 25 overs remain in the day. All but that one delivery from James Wheel. This partnership, the biggest of the innings to date, 110 for the 5th wicket. It's the middle order that really helped Notts overcome Sussex last week, with really good runs coming from Mulaney and James and Patterson White and Moores and Everson. This one's clipped towards mid-wicket, just out of reach of the fielder there. Duckett again slightly uppishly. And Notts are laying the platform for a huge score here. Another boundary cut away just as you come to me by Ben Duckett, who's on 118 not out. Terrific innings from the left-hander. He was dropped on 29 by Sam North East, and he's really making Glamorgan pay for that drop. Now, with him, Stephen Mulaney, who scored a big century last week. He's on 44 not out. This pair have added 114. At one stage, Notts were 142 for 2, but with 24 overs left in the day, they're currently 256 for 4. It's a nice looking shot from Duckett to cut that one away. Here's Wheeling again to him. Doesn't offer him any width this time, and Duckett solidly behind it to defend. 256 for 4, so there's plenty of time if they can keep the wickets intact, keep the board ticking over. There's plenty of time to go on and get maximum batting points. That would be quite some achievement, I think, for the second game in a row, after they got all 5 batting points at Hove last week on their way to getting 530 odd. Next delivery kept out by Duckett. Little bit of applause for the bowler there from down below, Michael Hogan. Just applauding Wheel's efforts.
Yes, little doubt that Duckett will be the headline maker for today's play.
256 for 4. He's on strike on 118. He's going to get another one here. That means he'll keep the strike. We used to talk about cricketers being good counters, didn't we? They count to 6, take a single off the final ball and keep the strike. In the modern day, I think most scoreboards, or many of the scoreboards on the main county grounds, you know exactly how many balls are left in the over anyway, but you sense Ben Duckett would be a good counter. He does very often take a single from the final ball of the over to keep strike. Coaches, they don't like that to a certain extent. They always believe that if you're going to have a successful partnership, both players will have an equal share of the strike. They don't like one player totally dominating, no matter what form he's in. But I guess if you have somebody absolutely smashing the pants off it and he's more than happy to keep taking the strike, then so be it. But yeah, you talk to any of the coaches and they like them to have an equal share.
Hogan bounding in, right arm around the wicket, bowls and stuck it forward defensively. Back to the bowler, no run. Labuschagne doing some more gentle bowling exercises at cover, whether because he's had the word or because he thinks he would like a bowl before the new ball. Labuschagne probably like a bowl with the new ball, knowing him. Hogan with the old ball bowls, and that's hit away into the offside by Duckett. Well stopped by Labuschagne at cover, and as ever he is a shy at the stumps, and a tumbling stop from Carlson prevents any overthrows. And this again something that Glamorgan players will need to be reminded of, that Labuschagne likes to check the batsmen are in by having a shy, no matter how improbable the chances of a run out. And Carlson had to be on action stations there to prevent anything going wrong. 258 for 4 as Hogan pulls out of his run-up. Not quite sure whether, I think Mullaney for some reason had been distracted. 258 for 4. 100 partnership between these two came up at better than 4 runs and over. So in a position to crack on. Hogan bowls and Mullaney on the back foot defends to cover. And there's no run. Hogan 0 for 43. Wheel 0 for 59. And well, as things stand, you'd be surprised if Nottinghamshire didn't get past 400, having knocked up a big score against Sussex last week of over 500. Hogan to Mullaney, who drives, and did that almost get back to the bowler?
Don't think so.
Wasn't very well timed.
That certainly wasn't my interpretation.
No. May have been hit down into the ground. It was fielded by Hogan anyway in his follow through. 258 for 4 here. And a nice, relatively still evening, I think, as far as we can tell from the safety of our commentary box on the 3rd floor. Hogan into bowl. Driven to cover, and Mullaney has gone. That one skimming low into the hands, and Glamorgan finally have the breakthrough. Mullaney's gone for 44 as he just didn't get on top of a drive, and North East took the catch. 258 for 5, the stand worth 116 for the 5th wicket.
Yes, Sam North East will be mightily relieved. It's just brought his daily percentage up to 50%. Caught 2, dropped 2 now. Mullaney out for 44. Another fine effort from the captain. 258 for 5 when he departs towards the back end of the 73rd over here. Might just be a timely wicket for Glamorgan if they can maybe get another one or so before that second new ball, but then really make the second new ball count. Might just drag this contest back. They need Duckett though. Duckett's nicely set on 120. Here's Tom Moores, who, well, really can play in all sorts of gears, can't he? If he decides to give it a bit of a biff, he's not one that you want to bowl short and wide to. Two lefties out there now, two hard-hitting, aggressive left-handed batsmen, and it's going to be lefties for a while with Liam Patterson-White and James Pattinson, the next two to come on the card.
Stephen Mullaney faced 75 deliveries. He struck 5 fours and 1 6. The relatively junior partner in the stand of 116. He contributed 44 of them. But when you've got Duckett going well at the other end, there was never any pressure on Mullaney to score any faster. 58 runs, 100 balls, decent enough anyway. So Michael Hogan gets his first wicket of the season, and even an experienced pro like Hogan will probably be quite relieved to have that. 23 overs not for 70 last week.
Thanks to Colin Harrison, who says, great to be back at Trent Bridge. Many thanks for your 28-second delayed commentary, guys. Enjoying the commentary, well informed and interesting. Thank you very much.
Hogan to Moores, who leaves through outside the off stump, and there's no run. Steve West says, I wonder where we would be now had we batted first. Well, it is a decent track. Nottinghamshire do have their two international fast bowlers, Pattinson and Patterson, available, albeit no Stuart Broad, whom we're expecting might be playing. Everson, Hutton, Mullaney, Patterson, White, plenty of bowling opportunities for Nottinghamshire. As Glamorgan needs really another couple of wickets tonight, you would have thought, to stay in this game.
Going to be our friend Marnus Labuschagne this time from the pavilion end. So he's mastered the Radcliffe Road end with his 1 over before tea, and now he's going to treat the patrons at the far end. 258 for 5. Ben Duckett is on strike on 120.
And for people who are just joining us, Labuschagne is bowling seam today rather than the leg spin that we expected.
His first over just went for a couple of runs. I think Stephen Mullaney was on strike, wasn't he? And he was being very respectful. So the field being set, just the one slip. The captain, David Lloyd, got a fielder being brought up to backward point. There's a man on the offside boundary, an extra cover and a mid-off, so 6 on the offside, and 5 on the offside, 4 on the leg, 2 out, 2 in, as Duckett defends this first ball of Labuschagne's second spell.
Looks like the Wales team of club players going down to defeat at Lords against MCC. Dismissed the home side for 226. Wales now 118 for 7 in 36 overs. Ansell 31 not out. 3 wickets for Stephen Reingold, who's a Wales national county player himself.
Comes Labuschagne to bowl to Duckett. Oh, he's inside edged it down into the ground. The keeper has made a decent stop there. He was initially moving, of course, to his left. Chris Cook had to readjust, throw himself back to his right, stopped it. The ball just ran out of his grasp, and they took a sharp single as Lloyd went after the ball and threw at the stumps. 259 for 5. A lot of words for a little bit of action, or a few words for a lot of action, whichever way it was, but they take a single, and now Tom Moores will scratch away at his mark. See what he can do against Marnus Labuschagne. In he comes, 8, 9, 10 paces, wide of the off peg, bowling at a decent enough lick, and Cook stood well back. Takes a routine take this time.
I'm slightly surprised that Cook is standing back with respect to Labuschagne's pace, given that he has often stood up to David Lloyd, who's probably slightly quicker.
Moores on strike and will get runs here. At least 2 if there's not enough on it to go all the way to the rope. May well do. Yep, the ball wins the race. Couple of fielders after it. But Tom Moores is away with soft hands just guiding it away for 4 runs. Always one of those, isn't it? If you're the bowler, oh, it's an edge. Oh, crikey. But if you're the batting side or a supporter of the batting side, well, he opened the face and deliberately ran it there. It's one of those, isn't it? You have sixpence one way and half a bob the other. 263 for 5. There's the Nottinghamshire score. I want to move the total on before that second new ball is taken, just in case there's an almighty calamity. Labuschagne to Moores, and he's nicked that one and he's out, and Labuschagne's got a wicket and Tom Moores has to go. Caught behind by Cook, moving to his left from the bowling of Marnus Labuschagne. And Nottinghamshire are 263 for 6, and Glamorgan do have that second bowling bonus point, and they have picked up another crucial wicket just before the taking of the second new ball.
Yes, just as it seemed as though Glamorgan were on the ropes, they strike back with a couple of quick wickets in successive overs, and Marnus Labuschagne has his first wicket for Glamorgan bowling seam, having had a few bowling spin, and he set off in celebration as if to say, well, look, I can do that as well. And I withdraw my comments about Cook standing back, because he needed to be standing back to take that catch.
Yeah, got it absolutely spot on. It was a decent catch. Had Tom Moores not been the victim, I'm sure he'd have appreciated it. Wicket-keeper himself, of course. So here comes Liam Patterson-White, who came out last week and gave it an almighty biff. It didn't last for long, 44 from 45 balls.
Was that because they were so well placed at the time that they wanted to get on with it?
Well, they were. It was a tiring attack, but Stephen Mullaney was going well at the other end, and Tom Moores had also biffed a few away. He got out, as he did in this situation, and then Patterson-White came out and was served up one or two enormous sixes. Had a terrific all-round game, took 8 wickets in the match. 5 for and a 3 for. Bowled 70-odd overs in the game. Firmly established now. One of the main reasons, really, why Samit Patel no longer plays red ball cricket. They decided to invest in Liam Patterson-White, and he had a terrific year last year. Got a maiden century down at Taunton against Somerset. A very, very, very useful player to come in at number 8.
As Labuschagne is afforded the luxury of a second slip for the new batsman, Patterson-White.
Figures of 1 for 7, 1 ball left in his second over, bowls to Liam Patterson-White, and that will be the end of a successful over for the Australian. 263 for 6. Glamorgan, Notts have 2 batting points, Glamorgan have 2 bowling points, and you can't split them right now, and that's probably about right at 263 for 6. There were 2 wickets that went down in reasonable order this morning, Slater and Mead, and then the same this afternoon, Clark and Everson, and the same over the last 20 minutes or so, Mullaney and Moores.
Glammy podcast, boys. So interesting to see Billy Root get a 50 for Glamorgan seconds today, and also Rory Smith get a run out. Smith wasn't considered for first 2 rounds of games because of a calf strain, and I think is being nursed back very slowly with the hope of getting a full 220 out of him, as Hogan's first ball of the over to Duckett is played on the leg side, fielded by North East, and there is no run. Notts seconds have got a chance of forcing victory over Leeds Bradford Unis, who are 55 for 5 in their second innings, needing a further 130. Notts declared at 203 for 6 in their second innings. Trying to give you some details of that, but the website isn't helping out. Hogan bowls and Duckett chops it down into ground. They eventually go through for a single. There's a half-hearted. No, in the end there wasn't a shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end because of the risk of overthrows. It was a sort of how about it? All right then, but no damage done. Duckett 1-2-2, 264 for 6. Patterson White has now changed to P White on the scoreboard on the grounds that there wasn't quite enough room to fit in the whole caboodle.
Well, we can't go down the Pato and Pato and Pato route. Interesting to see what it does say if it's Pattinson and Patterson.
Next delivery from Hogan to Patterson White, defended to northeast at cover, and there is no run.
LPW would have sufficed, I'm sure.
Similarly for the Glamorgan's Dutch Aussie TVDG. Notts runs in that second 11 game, 70 for Sol Budinger,
yeah.
Budinger opening the batting, and 55 for Dane Schadendorf. And wickets spread round between the Notts 2's bowlers. Hogan is into ball 2. Patterson White, who's hit on the pads, appeal for LBW given. 264 for 7. Not sliding slightly, and 3 wickets gained in the last few overs of the old ball, for which Glamorgan will be very grateful. Patterson White rather playing across the line there, and Hogan was optimistic, I think, with that shout, and his optimism was justified. He expected it to be given, you had the feeling there.
It's a funny old game, as somebody once said last week at Taunton. Just couldn't have gone any better for the 3 youngsters, Lyndon James, Liam Patterson-White and Joey Everson respectively. They all contributed hugely, some terrific individual performances. Move on a week. Lyndon James doesn't make the cut, doesn't feature in the 11, and both Joey Everson and Liam Patterson-White both out for naught today. It's quite extraordinary. Should be James Pattinson, and if it is, I would imagine there'll be a decent round of applause as the Australian makes his way out to the middle.
Previously featured here in 2017 and 2019. His last test was in January a couple of years ago, January 20. Played 40 games across the 3 formats for Australia. Has the Victorian Pattinson, and it is he. And there is that round of applause.
Another left-hander, another aggressive left-hander. Not had a lot of cricket over the last 3 or 4 weeks. He missed the Shield final with a calf injury, and obviously then has had to fly across. Hasn't had any sort of cricket bar nets over the last week or so since he's been here. But he's one of those naturally fit athlete, really good eye for a ball, and you'd have no hesitation, as Notts have shown today, you'd have no hesitation in throwing him in, despite the fact he's had no warm-up matches. And as I mentioned this morning, he's back with number 4. Dane Patterson was number 4 last year, but Dane Patterson has moved to squad number 2. Of course, before him we had James Taylor, I think. Was he the last number 4? I'm not sure.
Hogan, legs pumping, is into the new batsman and nearly has him first ball. Pattinson did not know an awful lot about that as it went through to the keeper. And 3 wickets have gone down for 6 runs. Wickets falling in 73rd, 74th and 75th over.
Tweeted a photograph this morning of these two, Michael Hogan and James Pattinson, having a good old blather before the start of play out on the Trent Bridge outfield at the toss. at Brace Cricket if you want to see that, along with all the other rubbish that's gone on there today. 264 for 7 as this one goes through to the keeper. Sorry, was that your overs or mine? I think it was yours.
No, it was only the last ball you pinched. Sir Alistair Cook has passed 25,000 career first-class runs at an average of just over 47. But
half useful, that, isn't it?
Half useful, but I doubt very much that he will be dragged out of international retirement at his age.
No.
Enjoying life on the county circuit, which is really good to see, that a player of his calibre didn't just say, "Oh, finish with the top level stuff, that'll do me." He's got to put several more seasons into his county as well.
Just fancy that if Notts are to get anywhere near 400, one, they can't afford to lose any more wickets in this little spell, and two, Ben Duckett's now got to really start to impose himself, both in terms of monopolising the strike and keeping hold of monopolising the strike as he cuts this into the offside no run, but also just going through the gears again and getting that board moving. Second new ball not far away. 4 overs after this one. It's Labuschagne bowling to Duckett. Second ball of the over, and push back to the bowler again. In all the years that board has been up there, I can't remember it sticking before. Maybe it has, maybe there's been the odd day here and there. Labuschagne's getting a bit of a ticking off for running on the wicket now.
Oh dear.
From the umpire, Richard Illingworth. Get off my land!
He's been known to be ticked off for batting in the wrong place and scratching around outside the crease as well. Labuschagne's
current over doesn't seem to be going up on the board. He comes in, bowls a bounce. Oh, 4 byes, 4 wides, 4 whatevers. Let's have a look. Oh, it's no ball, so that will be 6 to the total. It was banged in almost on his toe end by Marnus Labuschagne. No way Ben Duckett would get anywhere near it, but nor Chris Cook. It was still going up when it went over the keeper.
Extraordinary. I'm not quite sure what that was about. He's been known to bowl bounces as spinners, so I suppose we ought to expect it as a seamer as well.
Well, he's gone from 1 for 7 to 1 for 13 in one ball. It's not yet gone up on the board. Like I said, I think it's stuck again. 270 for 7. Here is Labuschagne bowling to Duckett, and he's hit that back to Labuschagne, and Duckett goes. My word, the Australian is happy. Caught and bowled, and Ben Duckett out for 122, and Glamorgan have roared back into this contest since tea. That's the 4th wicket to go down in this session, and Ben Duckett is out for 122, 270 for 8, faced 207 balls, hit 12 fours, and departs having hit it straight back to Labuschagne, who took a smart caught and bowled. And Nottinghamshire will really now be reliant on some scrambled runs at the bottom of the order to get anywhere near 300. 270 for 8.
Well, it's an extraordinary turnaround in the course of the game, isn't it? Nottinghamshire having looked big favourites to pile up a 400 plus total. All of a sudden, they've lost 4 for 12. And 6 of those were extras, as Duckett deservedly gets the applause for his innings. And he struck, where are we, 12 fours in that 122. And although it wasn't the biggest of scoring rates, it was always positive in intent and looking to get on with things, as Brett Hutton spoils the run of Patos to the wicket, rather.
And the run of left-handers. Another righty back out there. That's 4 wickets gone down since tea.
4 for 12. As Duckett out for 122. The online score had him down, caught Cook at one point. But all sorts of technical glitches creeping in today. 270 for 8 is the score, and Labuschagne has 2 for 9.
Quite extraordinary. No wonder he was saying, let me bowl, Skip. So Brett Hutton out there to join Jimmy Pattinson, who's only faced 2 balls and hasn't scored. Brett Hutton made 18 last week at Hove. He'll be desperate to hang around. Dane Patterson is the last man to come. Another bouncer bowled by Labuschagne to Brett Hutton. He might just get 1 or 2 back. It'll be interesting to see what Labuschagne does to James Pattinson, because he knows he'll give him 1 or 2.
Yeah, he was looking forward to facing Pattinson. They obviously know each other from Australia days.
Brett Hutton averages 17 in first-class cricket with the bat. Lets this go through to the keeper. Made his Notts debut way back in 2011, Brett Hutton. After the end of the 2017 season, he went to Northants and had 3 years there before coming back last year. 270 for 8. Labuschagne in again, past Brett Hutton's outer edge and through to Chris Cook, and things have pretty much changed in short space of time. Here's an update for Radio Nottingham. Well, that progress, I'm afraid, has been stalled over the last 15 minutes or so, because 4 wickets have gone down in quick succession for the addition of only 12 runs. Stephen Mullaney was the first to go. He'd batted beautifully with Ben Duckett, a partnership of 116, and then Mullaney fell for 44, and then a bit of a collapse as Tom Moores went for 4. Liam Patterson-White without scoring, and now crucially the big one, Ben Duckett, who's been there most of the day, fell for 122, driving it straight back at the Australian international Marnus Labuschagne for a caught and bowled. 2 new batsmen at the crease, Brett Hutton and James Pattinson. Notts could do with the tail wagging a little bit now. They're 270 for 8. New over has started with Michael Hogan, who's got a couple of the wickets, bowling to James Pattinson. And this is the 77th over. There is Hogan again. 2 slips, balls to the left-hander, drives, but won't beat Van der Houten at mid-off, and there's no addition to the total. '77th over, so you'd imagine they'll take that new ball and give it to Neeser and Van der Houten, but
the old one's doing both very nicely.
They're both amongst the wickets at the moment, aren't they?
Here's Hogan then to bowl to Pattinson, who pushes forward defensively on the onside, and there's no run.
He enjoyed that wicket, didn't he, Marnus? He threw the ball skywards and was happy to be embraced by his teammates.
I think he probably enjoys nearly every single moment on a cricket field, earning a living, playing a game in which he excels and loves as well.
Yep.
270 for 8. Hogan to Pattinson, who drives to Van der Houten at mid-off. No run.
It's a very stylish forward defensive push, wasn't it?
John Evans says, I'm loving Marnus looking like the best all-rounder in the world. Caden, massive turnaround from the boys. Might even get to see us have a cheeky bat this evening.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility. Still got 19 overs, so we're going to be here for more than an hour.
There's Hogan into bowl. Appeal for LBW not given. Graham Smith on Twitter questions whether the most recent Hogan LBW might have pitched outside leg. Keith Davis asking why no Lucas Carey. He was due to play for the seconds this week, but he had some sort of tonsillitis-like problem, I'm told, from reliable sources. 270 for 8. Hogan to Pattinson, forward defensively, no run.
I felt like we saw that particular delivery and shot 6 times in that over.
Glamorgan second 11 match has ended in the predictable draw at Edgbaston after 2 days were washed out by rain. They didn't try and declare and make a game of it. And let's see if I can bring you any score details of that between Labuschagne deliveries, but it's just flicked into the results column rather than the live game.
A couple of Centurions for Lancashire today down at Canterbury. Dane Velas out for 124. Stephen Croft is 102 not out. Here's Labuschagne bowling to Brett Hutton. Goes through to the keeper, the evergreen Stephen Croft. Gloucestershire all out for 227 now at Bristol against Yorkshire. Essex 80 for 1 against Somerset at Taunton. It's not Alistair Cook, he's still there. Nick Brown has gone. Somerset all out earlier for 109, and Surrey 276 for 3 against Hampshire at the Oval. Ollie Pope is 90 not out in that one. There, the Division 1 scores. As Labuschagne is in once more, bowls. Brett Hutton's away with a push into the offside, just for a single. 271 for 8. In Division 2, the very fact that they're 300 for 2, let's have a look. Shan Masood 183 not out, and Wayne Madsen, who was injured for much of last season, Mr. Lotter Cricket, is 80 not out. He's a fine player, Wayne Madsen.
Caramba.
271 for 8. And the only other score is Durham 292 for 5 against Leicestershire, and in that one David Beddingham is 136 not out. Sean Dixon made 120, so like the last round of matches, a lot of Centurions knocking about. Labuschagne bowls this time to James Pattinson, who gets solidly behind it. He's yet to score. Faced 9 deliveries. Brett Hutton is 1 not out.
That second 11 match, Glamorgan 270 for 7. Plays Warwickshire's 287 at the Edgbaston Reserve Ground. Harry Friend, the teenage opener, made 55. Night watchman Andy Gorvin 59 and Billy Root 51 not out.
Next ball is played in a walking manner towards the ball by James Pattinson. Plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's James Pattinson, Dave. It's James Pattinson. You've had Darren Pattinson. You've commentated on him for years. It's James Pattinson. I'm already calling him Patterson, and we haven't seen Dane Patterson. 271 for 8. Pato, and Pato. JP. Yeah, former Notts player Darren Pattinson, of course, played for Notts. The bouncer from Labuschagne to his countryman gets a glare. The runs have dried up, and the wickets have gone down. It's a bad combination for Notts since tea. 223 for 4. Mulaney and Duckett started off well enough in this session, but then Mulaney fell for 44, Moores for 4. Next ball is again defended by Pattinson. Liam Patterson-White got a duck, and Ben Duckett in Labuschagne's last over drove it back to the bowler out for 122. That was a maiden. No, it wasn't, because Brett Hutton got a single from the first ball, didn't he? Labuschagne 4 overs 2 for 10. Hogan 17 overs 2 for 44.
Dan Douthwaite is listed as did not bat for the Glamorgan second 11 on the fairly substantial grounds that he's not actually there, because he's here. 12th man duties.
Could be timed out.
That game's ended in a draw, as Michael Hogan will bowl the 79th over with a very old ball, 2 for 44, as he meets a firm defensive prod from Hutton to to cover, and there's no run.
20-6, and there are 18 overs left in the day. If we have a 10-minute changeover of innings as well, I know we lose 2 overs, but never sort of adequately compensates in terms of time, does it? I think we're heading more towards 7 o'clock, Nick, than 6:30.
Yeah, it'll certainly be gone 6:30 when we knock off commentary, as Hogan bowls, and he's struck Hutton there, somewhere on the thigh pad, I think. The ball running down into the slips, fielded inevitably by Labuschagne, and there is no run.
Most of the people that have been here since the start have stayed. I think a few have left in the Smith-Cooper stand, but it gets chilly on that side of the ground right now. Not too many over there away to our right.
Well, you see people migrating at Sapphire Gardens during the course of the day. There's Hogan into Hutton, who defends to mid-off, and there's no run, because the Castell Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end usually disappears from the sunshine somewhere, assuming there is any sunshine, somewhere after lunch, and thereafter the pavilion spectators might lose the sunshine, so it quite often ends up with the River Taff end most thickly populated in the evening session. It's a bit of a sun trap on a good day. 271 for 8. Hogan to Hutton, again hit on the pad. Again the ball runs to slip, and again Labuschagne fields.
See another Australian in the runs today. Gloucestershire all out for 227. Marcus Harris made 136 of them. Another one on debut, played for Leicestershire last year, signed for Gloucestershire this year, and century on debut.
Hogan in bowls, Hutton defends to mid-off, no run. Yeah, well, you have to say that the standard of Sheffield Shield cricket is probably a bit more intense than the standard of County Championship cricket, but of course that is not necessarily a reason to scrap half the UK counties and go down to 8 teams. As Hogan bowls outside off stump, Hutton plays no shot.
I'm not so sure about that in the Australian domestic season, because they play some first-class games, and then, like here, they break up for white ball cricket. But the Big Bash goes on for so long. I know when Ed Cowan was here way back when, talking to him about it, and it's a period of months rather than days or weeks between first-class games, when once the Big Bash has started, before it picks up again afterwards. And if you're not a Biff Basher, you have to wait a long old time before your next opportunity. Here's Labuschagne continuing. So this is the 80th over. It'll be very interesting to see what happens at the end of it. Not noticed, I don't know if Nick has, but I've not noticed Van der Guten's away to our left. Can't see him whirling his arms around or getting himself ready. I don't know if Michael Neser, yes, Michael Neser is just starting to bend and flex and get himself ready if needed. James Pattinson tries to force this away but can't penetrate the offside ring. And we're almost in a little bit of limbo here at 271 for 8. Not going practically nowhere. We're 258 for 4, remember. 13 runs ago. Pattinson leaves this alone to go through to Chris Cook, who's kept tidily enough today. He'll be annoyed with that one from Labuschagne that went over his head and away. But, well, it went down as no balls in the end, so not debited against the wicket-keeper.
Which is quite right, because he didn't have a Scooby of getting to it.
Here's Labuschagne. Bowls. Oh, James Pattinson. He's a good 2 or 3 strides down the wicket there and was in no position at all and let the ball hit him. Quite extraordinary. I don't know what his intentions were as he came striding down the wicket towards Labuschagne. 2 balls left in this over. 2 balls left in the 80. There's Labuschagne in again. Left alone with a flamboyance from Pattinson. Large black bird pecking away at seed. I don't know if it's a rook or a crow or a blackbird, whatever it is. But no pigeons today as yet. Which is good because they get everywhere when they're here.
Usually in the final session, isn't it? And various birds descend.
71 for 8. Next ball kept out by James Pattinson. Plenty of bat involved, although it was an appeal from Labuschagne. Single taken, and that's the end of the 80th over. 272 for 8. Notts now going along at 3.4 and over. They have 2 batting points. Glamorgan have 2 bowling points. And Glamorgan could potentially take a second new ball if they want to, and I think they're going to.
Let's have a look. Michael Neser is striding into the fray. Didn't notice anything new being handed to him.
No, not yet, I don't think.
Maybe he'll just have a...
Hogan's done well, hasn't he? 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 44, and he's got his rewards late on in the day.
He's pulled it back well, Michael Hogan. Didn't see anything new being handed over.
There now, look, Chris Watts has just held it aloft to the scorers.
There we are. It is given to David Lloyd and lobbed to Kieran Carlson, his vice-captain, to have a look at, and he confirms, yes, that's a cricket ball, it's red and round, and Michael Neser will be bowling with it.
And see straight away there as they're passing it from each other, you can see the gold embossed letters, and then Neser just drops the ball on the floor.
God, what a way to treat a new cricket ball. 2 wickets apiece for Hogan, Van der Hochten and Labuschagne. 1 to Neser and 1 from a wheel run out. As Neser in, bowls down legs, side, no contact from Pattinson on the way through the keeper. And Nottinghamshire, I suppose, knowing they have plenty of overs left potentially to try and scramble a third or who knows a 4th batting point, not going about it with any degree of urgency at the moment. Hutton has 1 off 11 balls, Pattinson 1 off 19 balls. It's left-handed Pattinson facing up to Neser. Down leg side, not got his radar right yet. Cook takes as Pattinson prods vaguely at it.
Noticed after the first delivery, that's the first time I really noticed it, I mentioned it earlier, but Neser took off his sweater and handed it to the umpire, and he sort of put it on his loop on his coat. It'll be interesting to see if Notts do as they did at Hove, and you know, like we had last year, the 12th man at the end of each over comes on and takes the sweaters and the caps, or whether the 2 umpires down there just didn't want to do it and the 2 here are happy to do it. But it was all very strange last week.
Neser in, bowls, driven down the ground by Pattinson. Nice shot, will get him a couple of runs. It's picked up by Hogan just inside the long off boundary. And a comfortable 2. Takes Pattinson to 3 and the total under 274 for 8. If you're just joining us, Ben Duckett, the star of the day, with 122. But his dismissal was he was 8th out after a series of 4 wickets in successive overs by Hogan and Labuschagne with the old ball. Match at Lords has finished with Wales all out 143. In reply to the MCC's 226, MCC win by 83 runs. Lisa bowls around the wicket, and that's hit hard down into ground by Pattinson. They'll dash through for a single, 275 for 8. Gareth Ansell's top scored with 44 for Wales. And bowling star was Stephen Reingold, who plays for the Wales national county side. And he took 4 wickets for MCC today. Played in the One Day Cup for Glamorgan last season. Wasn't quite enough to earn him a contract. He did play 1 championship match after that.
There are 1 or 2 people actually that have had a look at the Liam Patterson wide LBW and just thought it was perhaps a little unlucky.
Driven through the offside by Hutton, and that one will reach the boundary, as there's not much room between the boundary rope and the concrete stand on that side of the ground, so it's not one to put an extravagant dive in, and it beat the chase of Callum Taylor. Nicely timed by Hutton, as he moves on to 5, and the total is 279 for 8. Nottinghamshire moving in the right direction again to get to 300 and beyond. Glamorgan openers might not be too unhappy to see the time that they face this evening being minimised. Nisa bowls, again full length, again played into the offside by Hutton, this time rather more gently. Hogan lopes round to field, and they take a single, 280 for 8. Hutton 6. Pattinson is on 4, and there are still 15 overs to come today. Lights usable, you said, Dave?
Yes, yep.
Certainly they're not in Cardiff for Championship due to local planning restrictions, but looks like around about 7:15, 10 to 7 finish here for the action today, as a few spectators just starting to trickle away now the fireworks of Hutton and Mulaney are over.
Tim van der Houten is going to share this second new ball. Fine reward for his work earlier on, 2 for 48. He got rid of Joe Clark and Joey Everson, the 2 wickets to go down between lunch and tea. Ball from the pavilion end. He got his 2 wickets, those 2 wickets bowling from the Radcliffe Road end. Brett Hutton's on strike on 6. There is Van der Houten bowling now, and this one just comes back into Brett Hutton, maybe an inside edge onto his pad. .280 for 8.
So Glamorgan will have a maximum of 12 overs to face today, should these 2 fall in this over.
There's Van der Houten in again bowling. Brett Hutton seemed as if he was about to back away there, run away from it towards the square leg umpire, but then readjusted and played it nicely out to point, where Andrew Salter does the fielding. The aeroplane just gently descending into East Midlands Airport. .280 for 8. Notts have been strong here at Trent Bridge. They've won their last 5 matches here at Trent Bridge. Great second half to the season, particularly at home last year. As this one's ballooned away on the leg side, there's no run, and counting last week's win at Sussex, they've won 8 of their last 12 county championship matches, which is a very decent return after that long sequence without a win.
Yeah, it's famine to feast for you as a commentator and for the side.
Very much so, yeah. Against Glamorgan, they've won 39 matches and lost 25 over the years, 47 draws. Next ball is pushed into the offside by Brett Hutton.
Yeah, it's a problem a couple of your colleagues have faced in long winless runs. I think Dave Fletcher at Derby looked almost tearful when Derby won for the first time in a couple of seasons. I think Richard Ray as well at Leicester, they had a long barren run.
tidy over this from Van der Houten. In again to Hutton, who cuts it away. There is protection down here with Michael Hogan, and they will come back for a couple of runs. Notts will be very grateful for everything they can get now, I suspect, as we get towards the last knockings of this innings. Maybe full of surprises. There might be a glut of runs from this pair and Dane Patterson, but be a little surprised if Notts get many more than 300, if that. This goes through to the keeper, the 282 for 8. I think if Glamorgan can bowl Notts out today, they would consider it a good day's work. You put a side in, you first of all want to get 3 in the morning session. They didn't quite do that, they got 2, but then you're looking at bowling a side out in the day, and they're very much on course to do that with 14 overs still at their disposal.
Yeah, Glamorgan looked slightly on the ropes when 250 came up with only 4 wickets down, but then 1 brought 2, brought 3, brought 4. Chris Westphal on Twitter says, why don't Glamorgan pick Tom Cullen? Don't need 2 or 3 spinners at Notts, need solidity at 7. Well, Callum Taylor, I suppose, batted out time against Durham fairly solidly, so that was a position that was probably up for grabs. Discussion among 3, 4, 5 candidates for Glamorgan. I'll be updating BBC Radio Wales listeners.
Thanks, Nick. Here's Michael Neser bowling to James Pattinson, who's on 4, leaves this alone, has nothing to do with it, outside the off peg. Glamorgan have registered 13 wins over the years in Nottinghamshire, 11 here at Trent Bridge, 2 at Worksop. Their last win at Trent Bridge was in 1998. All this with very much an asterisk in the fact that they've not played here since 2007. The next ball is, inside edge past his sticks by James Pattinson, and he'll get a single. 283 for 8, and the Australian goes to 5 runs. Notts have only lost 1 of their last 11 meetings home and away against Glamorgan, and that was at St Helens in 2007. Hutton back on strike, 283 for 8. Here's Michael Neser, past umpire Watts, and mistimed drive from Hutton forces it out onto the offside. Just starting to get a little chilly up here in the commentary box. We've got the windows wide open, so we're exposed to the elements, but wouldn't have it any other way. It's nice to get the atmosphere, nice to just get a feeling of the conditions out there. The flags, as they have been for most of the day, hanging limply from the flagpole at the far end of the ground. Next ball is bowling Brett Hutton, off stump, tumbling out of the ground. Glamorgan have maximum bowling points, and Brett Hutton has gone for 8, and that's quite an emphatic sight as he looks behind him. 283 for 9. Brett Hutton is bowled by Michael Neser with a very quick delivery, demolishing that off peg. And Glamorgan need 1 more wicket, and we will have Pattinson and Patterson together. Not sure entirely for how long, but stand by for some commentary confusion as long as it lasts. Just looking out of the ground, away to the right. We used to have a car lot there next to the ground over the Bridgeford Road, and then it was, I don't know, garden supplies or something for a couple of years. Well, I can see that's all now been demolished. It just looks like they've gone in there with a couple of bulldozers and a JCB and flattened everything. So remains to be seen what will be built across the Bridgeford Road next to the ground in the fullness of time. Here is Dane Patterson. So we've got their full names up on the board, Patterson and Pattinson, batting together for the first time. I'm sure Nottinghamshire supporters will be hoping to see them bowling together on many occasions this year, and successfully doing that as well. 2 test match cricketers here, a South African and an Australian international, who've both become very popular in this part of the East Midlands over the recent past. Michael Nisa can put another one in a similar area to that last ball, then maybe that Glamorgan will be batting sooner rather than later. Here he goes, Nisa. 2 balls left in this, the 83rd over. Bowls to Dane Patterson, who defends this one, keeps it out. So wonder where Notts are going to get the 17 runs from that they would require to get another batting point. Another update for Radio Nottingham in just a second. Is Nisa in, bowls, and Dane Patterson backs away, misses it, and somehow remains at the crease. Just seemed almost impossible that Nisa would miss the stumps there. And it remains 283 for 9. Radio Nottingham's 6 o'clock news is now playing in my ears, so I'm sure they'll be coming for an update in a second. So will James Pattinson decide to free his arms here and try and have a little bit of a go, try and muscle a few runs? Good point made by Nick. Good to see that Notts have still got their number 2 and their number 4 in at this stage of the day. That's their squad numbers. 283 for 9. So the left-handed Pattinson continues in the same vein, blocking this one back to the bowler. Yes, that really has been a poor last hour for Nottinghamshire after tea. They have lost 5 wickets. They're now 283 for 9 with the last pair at the crease. That's James Pattinson, who's on 5. Dane Patterson with him, yet to score. Glamorgan have really had the better of this session so far. The big wicket of Ben Duckett. Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian Test player, getting him caught and bowled for 122. Stephen Mullaney made 44 earlier, 35 from Joe Clark. Notts with 1 wicket left. We've got 12 overs left in the day. 283 for 9. Last ball was eased into the offside. Glamorgan they've not gone either overly defensive or overly attacking here. I'm sure they respect Pattinson's ability to get the ball away, and he's clipped this one to mid-wicket as the lights start to come on. Just the first flicker of light from above. A couple of runs here to James Pattinson, 285 for 9. So just after 6 o'clock, just before 6:05, the lights are on, and so the board at the moment says we've got 12.3 overs remaining in the day. Highly possible that we'll lose 2 of those overs for a change of innings, but maybe not. Maybe they'll hang on. Pattinson's on 7. This one into his pads, runs away on the leg side. So 2 balls left in the over. Will Pattinson look to get down the other end, or be more than happy to leave it to his new South African teammate? We'll have a look in a second or two. Really enthralling first day. Very watchable indeed. Notts 285 for 9. think I've always fancied throughout the day. There's a nice looking shot here from James Pattinson through the offside. They've set off running as if the ball won't go, but clearly there was enough biff behind that. That's gone for 4 through extra cover. 4 more useful runs, but throughout the day it has pretty much always looked as if Notts would get more than their present score, particularly whilst Duckett was there, and let's face it, he's been there most of the day. Shared a partnership of 116 with Stephen Mullanian at 258 for 4. Certainly score one in excess of 300 was looking likely. Is James Pattinson again, back-to-back boundaries, crunching it through the offside. The only issue with that is they were from balls 5 and 6 of that over, and that does mean Dane Patterson, who is a number 11, will be on strike for the next over. So 293 for 9. That's would dearly love. Well, it goes without saying they'd love to get as many as they can, but 7 more runs would be another batting point. And the longer they can stay out there and frustrate Glamorgan might serve them well as the game advances into the latter stages. Gloucestershire 227 all out at Bristol today. Yorkshire 26 without loss. Lancashire 333 for 4 at Canterbury against Kent. Essex 103 for 2. They've almost caught Somerset up. Somerset all out for 109. Surrey 294 for 3. There your Division 1 scores. Here's Nisa. Bowls, and Dane Patterson again has a really ambitious looking swish at it. Pattinson at this end leans on his bat. There was maybe a comment or two. I'm not entirely sure it might be the approach I'd be advocating towards Dane Patterson. Just keep him out. Let the Aussie Pat out. Take control if at all possible. But Dane is a little bit sea-ball, swish at ball, and that's what we've seen so far. They finished at Derby, where Derbyshire had a good first day, 327 for 2, and Shan Masood 201 not out on his home debut. That's very impressive, obviously. Very impressive score from the Pakistan international. Wayne Madsen 88 not out. Next ball sees Patterson this time have a little fiddle at it outside the off stump, and Nisa can't believe he's being detained any longer. Feels he should have got his man. The only other one I've not given you, Durham. They've had the better of things in the North East. 337 for 6 against Leicestershire.
Yes, have to work during these last 11 overs the day on rewriting my match report, which had Ben Duckett putting Notts in the driving seat. I'm not sure if they will be.
293 for 9. Will this be the end? It's hit by Patterson down the ground. I was going to say he'll get a couple of runs, and he probably could have done, but JP's seen enough. He says, "No, hang on, settle for one, mate. I'll take control of things from here," and that's probably the right call. But Dane Patterson off the mark. He had 3 ambitious wafts at the ball, and then made contact, gets a single. 294 for 9. Saw him win a game last year, the Royal London One Day Cup game. Last over, couple of balls left, and Dane Patterson, the last man, hit a 6 to win the match against Northants. What a thriller that was at Grantham.
That's quite a way to get home, isn't it?
Yep. Last man hitting a 6 with 2 balls left. Here's Nisa. So there are 3 balls left. The board says 3. James Pattinson's got hold of that, and he's hit that one into the city centre. I think no, it's a no ball. Has he got hold of it? No, he hasn't. He's missed it.
We were looking away
for
to the
all
boundary.
the world. He held the pose. It was like Phil Mickelson driving left-handed down the fairway, and he held the pose as if he'd sent it many a mile, but he hadn't. He'd missed it. But did the arm go out for a no ball?
I'm not sure if that was a no ball or just a little
One
signal
for the over.
other.
I don't know. There's 2
umpire.
left in the over, but Chris Watts had his arm out. But James Pattinson now takes a single from what the board says is the 5th ball. a little bit confused. I had to do an update for Radio Nottingham at the early part of the over, so maybe that's where we got. Or was that the previous over? I don't know.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day. We'll get there. 295 for 9 is on the board anyway.
I thought he played at 3 before getting a single. Obviously not. So 1 ball left. Common sense tells you what to do here.
A wild Yahoo.
Yes, Nisa. That's what my money's on. Nisa to Patterson, and well, I'm not even going to attempt to describe that. Now, having said that, I will obviously have to attempt to describe it.
Because that's what we get paid for.
He backed away into a crouching position and then got his bat. We used to see Brendan Taylor, when he was at Trent Bridge, play the up and over shot over the slip cord. And he almost had an afterthought, just maybe I can lift it up and over. So he was crouching, backing away and trying to uppishly cut the ball over the slip cord. And in the end, he thankfully missed it. 295 for 9.
Crouching tiger, hidden badger.
Rob
like
Gent says Davey was signalling 2 balls to go. Yeah, thanks very much, Rob. I know they usually signal that, but there was an awful lot going on with the flurry and the swishes and whatever, and I saw the arm go out. I just wondered if it had been a no ball, but thanks very much, Robert.
There's a lot going on generally. 295 for 9. Nottinghamshire have visions of a 3rd batting point. Glamorgan have a 3rd bowling point already as Van der Hoogten tries to finish off this cavalcade, and Pattinson will take.
Says no.
Says no. He's turned down a very long single to fine leg. So Pattinson does not trust Patterson to survive 5 balls.
It's probably the right thing. Will David Lloyd react? He hasn't at the moment. You very often see skippers, don't you? Right, let's have 8 of you out on the ropes. Off you go. Different postcodes, everybody. Disappear. But he hasn't done that.
Well, they fancy bowling Pattinson out as well, maybe. Van der Hoogten bowls a swing and a miss from Pattinson, who maybe thinks that this is the best way to get to 300, but I might suggest that he could get there in prodding the odd singles late in the over. But there we are. He wants to go the aggressive way.
Intent, yeah, he can hit a long ball, but not had a lot of cricket lately.
16 off 34 deliveries now for Pattinson. As Van der Hoogten with 2 for 60 on the board is in to bowl and is through to Cook. Not quite sure what that shot was, but didn't make contact anyway.
What price, Glamorgan? 10 for 2 at the close?
I wonder if David Lloyd is tempted to say to his bowlers, yes, just hide the ball for half an hour, will you? Make sure they can't hit it, and we'll go for the 10th wicket when there's
what about this
3
light
overs
umpire
left.
What about this light? Get us off, umpire.
Van der Hoogten into Pattinson, who will look to run 2 possibly, but decides not to, as Andrew Salter makes good ground round the square leg boundary. That was the 4th ball of the over, from which he was willing to take a single. And number 11, Patterson. Rarely can the middle syllable of 2 men's names have been pronounced so emphatically as this pair.
I know exactly what he's thinking here, though, Dane. He'll be 296 for 9. I need 4.
Yeah,
that's what he'll be thinking.
See ball, hit ball.
I'll guarantee that's what he's thinking
if he sees it.
Yeah.
296 for 9 as Van der Hoogten bowls to the Notts number 11, who plays gently to mid-on. No run.
Full and straight, I would suggest, from all the bowlers when you're bowling at him. Full and straight. Good fun, though, isn't it? Good fun.
It is. Could do with a few minutes between innings to rewrite this report for the BBC website.
If you've been with us, folks, either audio or watching the live stream today, I hope you've enjoyed the cricket, enjoyed the coverage. Big thanks to our camera crew out and about on the ground, and to Kirsty and Aaron for pulling the strings with the production. It's all held together, hasn't it? Cans and string, it's held together nicely, but thanks for enjoying it with us.
Van der Hoogten bowls and Patterson plays it to mid-on. There is no run. And he survived the 2 balls at the end of the over, the number 11. He had 3 slips lurking behind him for those last couple of deliveries, with Labuschagne joining Lloyd and North East in that slip cordon. 10 overs left. Floodlights shining out brightly across this particular part of Nottingham. And Pattinson 1, Pattinson 17, Patterson 1. Oh, I can't read the board in front of me. 2 wickets apiece for Nisa, Van der Hoogten, Hogan and Labuschagne, plus a run out.
I knew I'd disappear down that particular rabbit warren, but I didn't think you did. Or you would, Patterson and Pattinson. Whilst we're talking about the live stream, well, I'll mention it after this ball. Michael Nisa, 2 for 53 is figures. So now the field does spread for James Pattinson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the fence to the left-handed Australian, who cuts this one away. Now, can he find... No, he doesn't. He doesn't take a single. 296 for 9. He dearly wants 2 or 4. He doesn't want to expose his mate just yet.
Yeah, that was a long single available to wide third man. It might have been in a run and 3/4, but he wasn't quite sure enough of getting back.
I did tease you with the live stream. Remember, I'll tell you in a second, because Nisa's coming in. 296 for 9. Next ball. Can't get this one away. No run. Those of you that watched the live stream over the last couple of years, the process, the format at the end of the day's play, we'll go talk you through, and we'll have a bit of a chat depending on what time it is, and then we'll hand back over to Aaron, who will be on the boundary edge to get some hot off the press interviews with whoever he can grab. And I know Peter Moores has agreed to join Aaron at close of play for a chat, so if you want to stay watching the live stream at close of play, Peter Moores will give you his thoughts on the day as this next ball thuds into the pads of Pattinson, and that's we'll try and do that every day. Aaron will get down there and get whoever's available to talk to and discuss where we are. Obviously for the Glamorgan followers won't be of that much interest, but I'm sure Nick will try and get whatever reaction he can for you for either overnight or in the morning. He's got hold of this one, Pattinson. It's up in the air down towards third man, will fall short of the fielder, and this time they do take a single. So a lot of huffing and puffing and house blowing down by James Pattinson, but he only gets a single, moves on to 18, 297 for 9. So Peter Moore's at close of play, but that could, in all honesty, be, well, who knows, perhaps getting on for an hour. 9 overs after this one, and maybe the change of innings as well. So it's going to be fairly late before we finish here. Not that we mind too much, because we enjoy watching the cricket. So what have we got, Nick? 2 balls left in the over, and Dane Pato is on strike. Again, he's had a little fiddle with that backing away movement. Richard Illingworth, wily old fox, no longer swapping from square leg to square leg, right-hander, left-hander. He's decided to stay on the Fox Road side of the ground, whoever's batting. Yeah,
the umpires don't usually last all day swapping between right and left-handers, do they? I mean, they're meant to run about 60 metres at least every time there's an odd number of runs scored with right and left at the wicket. A couple of geese flying over the ground. 297 for 9, last ball of the over. Nisa to
Patterson, he's hit this one high up in the air. It may just clear long on and long off, or mid on and mid off. It does indeed, and they come back for 2. So he's got a couple of runs there. 2.99 for 9. That went very high indeed. Both Nisa and that's not Nisa. We've got 2 Nisas out there, or 2 number 30s. Now that could confuse an idiot. Nisa bowled. So who was this chasing it? Is it Michael Hogan with a Nisa top sweater on? So Michael Hogan and Kieran Carlson chased after it while the ball was up in the air. They were desperately trying to get their legs moving to get underneath it, but couldn't. 2.99 for 9, and never has one run seemed so important for Nottinghamshire.
Well, they've done well so far by various means. These
added 16.
2 last wicket batters added 16, 283 when Glamorgan claimed their 3rd batting point, but not, you would think, about to join them on 3 bonus points from their first day's endeavour here at Trent Bridge, as Van der Hoogten 2 for 61 will come charging in for his 19th over from the pavilion end. 9 overs.
So what do you do now as your David Lloyd? Do you try and stop the single, or try and stop Pattinson hitting boundaries? Betwixt and between here, isn't it?
Van der Hoogten to Pattinson, who pulls muscularly out onto the leg side, and that is the 300 up, but they will only take the single as Salter in the outfield made good ground, sent his throw piling in towards keeper Cook, and applause around Trent Bridge from the home spectators as Nottinghamshire squeeze their 3rd batting bonus point. Only another 50 for their 4th. A few Glamorgan spectators around today. Quite a few of them came up on the Balconeers organised journey. They will also be heading to Derby, and the club, through a travel company, putting on trips to various other matches. Van der Hoogten to last man Patterson. Can he clean him up? Patterson steps away, swings high in the air, and he's got this one over mid-on, and they'll take a single. There's a distinct whiff of the village green about Dane Patterson's batting. That could have gone anywhere. Into the pavilion, into the stumps. In the end, it went about halfway up, but just far enough to clear the field out.
He'll be considering a change of gloves if he's there much longer.
301 for 9. Watch out, deep square leg. Van der Hoogten bowls. Pattinson, well, cloths that one off the bottom of the bat up to wide, long on, and doesn't take the single.
He hasn't got hold of one yet at all, has he? He's getting more and more annoyed with himself because he's giving it the big wind-up, and he can hit it many a mile if he gets hold of it. And that's what he's desperately trying to do here to Van der Hoogten. But as Nick said, he just clothed it to all the way along the ground to deep mid-wicket.
Van der Hoogten might have to get his pads on as night watchman, as Pattinson goes for another big shot on the offside this time. Hits it to the point boundary, fielded by Douthwaite, and there's no run.
He's almost having a net, isn't he? Shall we run, shan't we run? 2 balls left, 301 for 9.
Just trying to check who's off the field. Might be Nisa at the moment, but I think these are just between bowling spells. I haven't seen anyone noticeably injured.
No.
12th man Douthwaite, no doubt enjoying the chance to earn his corn, albeit in a limited capacity. 301 for 9. Van der Hoogten to Pattinson, who will take a single off the 5th ball. Down to Hogan with the Nisa jersey at fine leg. 302 for 9. And this is starting to get into a bit of an irritation for Glamorgan, I think.
Yeah, 19 they've put on for this last wicket.
Apart from the fact that it's all eating into the time in which their openers will potentially have to face this evening. So as long as the boundaries don't start flowing, Glamorgan won't be too irritated at the moment. Van der Hoogten to Patterson, who makes contact with one of his dibbles outside off stump at last, guides it down as if he meant it to the 3rd man. Hogan fielded, and no was the firm shout from Pattinson at t'other end, because it was the last ball of the over. 302 for 9, 2 wickets still apiece to Nisa, to Van der Hochten, to Hogan, to Labuschagne, plus the wheel run out.
Good fun for the Nottinghamshire supporters watching these two. Wonder how many more they'll manage to accumulate. 8 overs will go in the day, so if a wicket goes down now, Morgan would have to bat for 5 overs. That's a tricky little time, isn't it? Some very long distance semaphore going on here between bowler Nisa and the skipper, and wicketkeeper Cook as well is just orchestrating some of the field placings. James Pattinson on the strike. He'd love to lift one up and over the leg side fence. Nisa bowls, and that's the one that he's gone. He's gone straight up in the air now. And can the bowler get back himself? I should be able to take it, and does. Caught and bowled. That's a good catch from Nisa, and Notts are all out for 302. James Pattinson caught and bowled Michael Nisa for 20. A very good catch indeed, and Notts are done and dusted in 88.1 overs, with Michael Nisa finishing with 3 for 56. The standout figures. James Pattinson out, caught and bowled Nisa for 20, batted for an hour, faced 45 balls and hit 2 fours, 310 all out. So I make it, I think we said 5 overs to go in the day.
So yeah, Nisa with the best bowling figures in the end, and Glamorgan will be pretty satisfied with their efforts with the ball in the end, having dismissed Nottinghamshire in the first session of play. But yeah, if they can get to the end without loss, they'll be happy. If they're 1 or 2 down, then maybe it'll be back towards Nottinghamshire's day. Nisa 3 for 56, just heads the bowling figures in the end.
So there we are. Just quickly the card. Slater out for 17, Hamid 34, Duckett 122, the standout innings by a country mile. Clark 35, Joey Everson didn't score today. Stephen Mullaney 44, Tom Moores 4. Liam Patterson-White also out for naught. It was an LBW that a lot of people who've had a good look on the stream said, oh, that was one that perhaps went Glamorgan's way. James Pattinson out for 20, Brett Hutton for 8, and Dane Patterson remains 4 not out. Notts all out for 302 in 88.1 overs. There'll be a little break between innings, and we'll be back with you in 6 or 7 minutes' time to pick up the commentary when the players return.
Always ready except the umpires. Hey. My report's not ready, so I'll finish up, mate. You've got stuff to do, don't worry about that.
Welcome back to Trent Bridge. Our umpires for this game are Richard Illingworth and Chris Watts. They're on their way to the middle. In fact, they're quickly overtaken by the Nottinghamshire team led by Stephen Mullaney, eager to get out there, and I'm sure they'll be desperate to get one wicket this evening, because if they get one then they'll be desperate to get another one. But the Nottinghamshire skipper getting his side together in a huddle, and you just know there'll be an emphasis on making the batsman play, keep the ball in good areas, all the stuff that you hear week in, week out, common sense sort of stuff. Make sure they play. So it's one of the old foibles in cricket, isn't it? If a wicket goes down, say with 5 overs to go, you might get a night watchman out there. In more cases than not, you'll get a night watchman. If a side has to go out to bat with 5 overs to go, they will send out their regulation openers or their normal openers, and that's what Glamorgan have done with David Lloyd and Andrew Salter. And there's going to be some express stuff from James Pattinson, you'd imagine, to get things up and running, because the Aussie has the ball in his hand from the Radcliffe Road end, and already a packed slip cordon waiting to receive an outside edge. This could be interesting. The board says, in fact, forget the board because it's still saying 302. So here's Pattinson to get us underway. Bowls onto the pad, or onto the leg stump, but it's helped on its way. Now it was off the pad. There's going to be a couple of leg byes, and Glamorgan are up and running. They're just 300 behind, 2 runs.
Inevitably, there was a shout of catch it though, as the ball passed the keeper.
Yes, it's one of those, isn't it? When it goes down the leg side, the whatever you hear from the slip cordon, you can totally ignore, because they've just heard a noise as it's gone down the leg side. James Pattinson sets off again, bowling to the Glamorgan skipper Lloyd, who's pushed at that one, and it's a no ball. He's been caught by Duckett at second slip from a no ball. Well, would you believe it? Smartly taken by Duckett, it really was. Well, James Pattinson just putting his feet on the line, and perhaps a word or two to the umpire and all the rest of it, but won't make the slightest bit of difference. The Glamorgan skipper David Lloyd on naught has well, you have to say he had a bit of a life. You know, perhaps he will say, well, I heard the call and chased after it. I don't think he did. Sharp catch by Duckett. There's Pattinson in again. Irked even more than normal, and now this is cut away for 4. So his irk is trebled to what it was, and this already a productive over for David Lloyd. He's scratching away at that crease as if that's to blame. 8 without loss.
Well, the bowler can't really complain, because
the line
it's his own feet. He knows what's what. He's played the game for long enough, and you get a fractional advantage, of course, from bowling that little bit closer to the batsman, but is a very fractional advantage.
8 without losses. James Pattinson in again to Lloyd. He pushes this back to the bowler, and there's no run. Understand, for those of you watching the live stream, thanks to Kirsty, she says we'll pop a replay on of the no ball and the dismissal at the end of the over. So I'm not entirely sure what we'll be able to see in terms of the line or whatever, but rest assured, if the umpire saw it and signalled it would have been a no ball. But got down there that quickly. I don't think Lloyd had an opportunity to change his shot or whatever. It's just one of those that's gone. Next one worked away for a couple of runs past the not skipper. In fact, I beg your pardon, it's Dane Patterson chasing after this one. Might they come back for 3? No, they'll settle for 2. And well, at the moment, Glamorgan absolutely romping along. 10 without loss, still with 2 balls left in the first over. Current run rate, the board says, 15 and over.
It's been an action-packed first couple of minutes, hasn't it, of this Glamorgan innings?
Do you know what I said about 20 minutes, half an hour or so ago? What are the odds on Glamorgan closing the day on 10 for 2? Well,
they've got the 10.
Yeah, I think they're long odds, considering there's 4 overs after this one to go.
Notts will have bowled well if it's 10 for 2 now.
Yeah, there's Lloyd on 6, and there won't be 10 for 2 because there's a single to Lloyd down to long legs. That's 11 from 5 balls. That's going to mess up the run rate. What's that going to mean? 13.2 and over they're going at now. Andrew Salter had the best view in the house so far in this over, but now he's got to face a ball.
Yeah, Glamorgan's experimental opener did it for the first time against Durham. Didn't succeed with the bat. 1 and 10, albeit taking 7 for 45 as 7th bowler.
Yeah, deserved to keep his place.
I think Maynard tends to give people 3 games anyway.
There's Pattinson, last ball of this opening over, bowls, and Salter leaves it alone. It goes through to the keeper. 11 without loss at the end of an eventful opening over, which saw David Lloyd nicked into the hands of Ben Duckett at second slip off a James Pattinson no ball. And they still look discussing at length with the umpire. Going to be Brett Hutton to share the bowling duties. We remember very well from last year, Dane Patterson prefers to come on as first change when the ball's lost a bit of its lacquer. Brett bowled magnificently at Hove on the last day last week. Bent his back. We could hear the Sharapova grunt after well, pretty much as a prelude to every delivery. Let's see if we can hear it now.
We could, as Hutton delivers, and Lloyd will get more runs with a couple through the offside. The chase by Patterson White, in fact, it's gone for 4. It's a chase in vain. I thought that he might haul it up, but not quite. Lloyd moves on to 11 and Glamorgan on to 15 without loss after 7 balls.
Yes, that was only I didn't look and see the no ball. Thanks for popping it up, Kirsty, but I didn't see it.
The umpire did. Hutton is in to bowl and Lloyd drives firmly to mid-on and there's no run. David Lloyd with an aggressive approach to opening the batting, promoted a season or 2 ago after Matthew Maynard thought that Glamorgan were a little bit more too passive in the early stages of innings, and Lloyd therefore leading from the front these days as captain. His next ball from Hutton beats the outside edge of Lloyd's bat as he pokes forward outside. Off stump, 15 without loss it remains.
You sort of alluded to the fact that Tim van der Houten might be the night watchman.
Yes, I would expect him to be. I saw him open the batting twice as night watchman in the same game against Derbyshire, but that was a bizarre game all round. Played with a pink ball as a day-night trial. Hutton in to bowl. Lloyd forward, pushes for call for a single on the onside. Salter has to scramble. He was at full stretch. The throw didn't hit the stumps, but That was a very ambitious single from David Lloyd, particularly at this stage of the day. And since it wasn't one to get off the mark, I'm not sure what Andrew Salter will have to say to his skipper as Lloyd comes a few metres down the wicket, possibly to pass a remark to his opening partner, who takes guard. Don't think Salter would have been hugely pleased. I think his dive meant he was probably home, but wasn't really worth the risk there. 16 without loss. Hutton to Salter, short leg in place, 4 slips as that is pushed out on the offside.
Still to get off the mark, Andrew Salter. Glamorgan 16 on the board, 4 of them extras, those 2 from the no ball, 2 from the leg byes, the first ball.
I think that David Harrison will be offering his views from the Glamorgan point of view, which you'll be able to read on the BBC Sport website report, as Hutton is in to bowl, and Salter turns that one past short leg to get off the mark with a single. 17 for naught are Glamorgan. Reason being is that
have you teed that up already?
I think a message should have been sent through to the dressing room, but it doesn't help to have it reinforced. It does help to have it reinforced. On the grounds that David Harrison usually gets to do a few fairly depressing days mid-match when no one's really performed. But I thought today we'll give him a day when the wickets have been spread round, and he can praise the bowling effort, I presume, by and large.
Yeah, I'm sure he will. 3 overs remain in the day, 17 runs on the board already. Pattinson bowls, and very inelegant looking leave from Andrew Salter, who has the 17 runs eaten into Nottinghamshire's first innings score of 302, meaning Glamorgan trail by 285 at the moment. Four slips. Clark, Duckett, Hutton and a Seba Mead tagged on at the end. Pattinson again in bowls, and this one's run away to the right of a Mead, so we needed 5 if not 6 slips there to stop this one, and it's run away for 4 down to third man. And Andrew Salter now has a boundary. If you need to know how quickly James Pattinson is bowling, you only need a look at that ball just race down to the third man fence, just off a pretty gentle outside edge. He's been known as one of the express bowlers in world cricket for a number of years. You just wonder as he gets into his 30s how much pace he is generating these days, but I think that ball and the way it ran down to the third man fence tells you as much as anything. In fact it's 32 in a couple of weeks. James Pattinson comes in again and bowls this one wide of the off stump. This only his 80th first class match, 21 of those test matches, 313 first class runs. Interesting thing, one to I'll put out there to perhaps alarm the Glamorgan supporters, if I can, on his Nottinghamshire debut in 2017, his first match. He got a 5 for against Leicestershire. On his Nottinghamshire second debut, when he came back in 2019, he got a 5 for in his first match against Lancashire. So this is his third debut, if you like, and that one, all the pace taken off it outside the off stump. I think it was the glove, and it bounced down and taken by the keeper.
Objection, Your Honour, as a linguistic pedant who can only have one debut.
Seasonal debut, when he's come back for
seasonal debut. Yeah.
This is the third time he's come back, his third spell, but a 5 for on his first appearance for Notts, a 5 for on his seasonal debut when he came for 2019, and now 3 years later he's back, 21 without loss. James Pattinson in nice and full, hit away for 4. Nice looking shot from Salter's second boundary in the over. all the pace from the bowler, but that pace being used to good effect by the batsman. Get the ball and or get bat on ball, push it into the gap, take the runs. 25 already. Morgan eating into this Nottinghamshire score.
Well, as we saw in the morning session with the field up and Notsie attacking even more than Glamorgan were in the morning, there are spaces and the ball is travelling fast and true.
In again comes Pattinson, short leg in there as well, and this one outside the off stump, only just decent line bowled there from Pattinson. He's got the unflattering figures of 2 overs none for 17. We always say cricket's a game of ifs and whats and buts and maybes, but if he hadn't overstepped, Glamorgan would have been 2 for 2, but 2 for 1, but he did overstep, and they're now 25 without loss, and Lloyd has 12 and Salter has 9, and there are 2 overs left. 12 deliveries, or a maximum of 12 legal deliveries for Notts to try and get a wicket.
As Hutton is in to bowl, and Lloyd leaves outside off stump through to keeper Moores. 25 for naught. Glamorgan would have been glad for naught, I think, after 5 overs. But they've got a few boundaries, albeit Lloyd might have easily been dismissed second ball had Pattinson stepped a few centimetres further back. Hutton bowls and Lloyd forward, getting everything behind that one.
Lovely to have Trent Bridge open for business again for the 2022 season. I've really enjoyed the day. I know it's lurched this way and that. Notts were in a strong position at 258 for 4. The last 6 wickets going down for 44 runs. Last wicket partnership was fun to watch. 19 they put on.
As Hutton bowls to Lloyd, who plays firmly to mid-on, and there's no run.
And the game has certainly moved forward, and very much looking forward to more decent weather and more decent cricket tomorrow. And we will be back on air just before 11 o'clock. If you put the old live stream on from about 1:45, you'll have Aaron maybe with a guest or two previewing the day, and we'll take over as the players come out for the 11 o'clock start.
Hutton to Lloyd, 4 slips and a short leg, firm defensive, back to the bowler, no run.
Been a while since Glamorgan have played here. None of the in the county championship, none of the current side obviously were around in 2007 for that fixture. Centuries for Samit Patel and Jason Gallion saw Notts through to a victory then. But Glamorgan have had recent success on this ground in the Royal London, of course.
As that's off a firm edge from David Lloyd, who was squared up by that one but managed to get on top of it. It's run down gently past the slips towards third man, and they've gone through for a single. 26 for naught. Lloyd on to 13, and Andrew Salter to face the final ball of the Brett Hutton over.
Yes, once this one's been negotiated, whoever is scheduled to come in at number 3 can relax and take the pads off, because if a wicket goes in the last over, they'll troop off anyway.
As Salter pushes forward, and that will be then the night watchman taking off his pads. As 4 overs are bowled, maximum 6 legitimate deliveries for Notts to claim this this first Glamorgan wicket. And really, so far, well, I suppose you have to say it's Glamorgan's session, even if they do lose a wicket now.
Yep, certainly agree with that, Nick. History with Hrothgar, if I've pronounced it correctly. Thanks very much for the coverage today, Dave and Nick. Thoroughly enjoyable day of watching the cricket on the live stream. But I'll be looking forward to watching day 2 in person, coming to Trent Bridge tomorrow, and can't wait. Enjoy your day, mate. And everybody that's coming along as Pattinson bowls. This one's just been squirted away from the grasp of Ben Slater at short leg, but it came off the pad, so a leg bye. It means we're 5 balls away from the end, 27 without loss. And that's the 5th extra. Salter back on to strike. Positive start then from Lloyd and Salter by a combination of excellent shots and James Pattinson overstepping. They've got a bit of a start here on this first evening, Glamorgan. Pattinson in again, wide of the off stump, and Salter won't go chasing after that. He'll be more than happy if James Pattinson bowls short and wide for the remainder of the over. Floodlights on, burning brightly. The evening period drawing closer. Aeroplane flies right over the ground here. It'll bank and then turn into the airport away to our right in just a second. Salter on 9. Comes Pattinson again. Lengthy approach. Bowls edged down to third man. Again in that gap between Asiba Mead and Liam Patterson-White at point. And 4 more to the visiting side. Takes them to 31 without loss. Salter joins his captain on the 13. And James Pattinson has gone for a few here. He's bowling quickly with this new ball. But it's going very, very quickly off the bat. 31 in 4.5 overs. It's not what Notts were looking for at the back end of the day. Wanted to at least get 1 pole, as they call them. 3 balls left. Pattinson to bowl to Salter. 3 slips now. This one's worked nicely away square of the wicket on the leg side. Past Ben Slater at short leg. There'll be a couple of runs. Down there doing the fielding is Joey Everson. 33 without loss.
Andrew Salter has his highest score as a championship opening batter.
It's on to 15. 2 balls left in the day. Five to 7. So an 8-hour day, given that the players were out on the outfield just before 11 o'clock paying their respects to those that we've lost over the winter period. 33 without loss. This one's gone through to Tom Moores, those bright yellow gloves standing out in the ever increasing gloom. 1 ball left. If you're the captain or one of the fielding side, you'd be saying make it a good one. James Pattinson just suggesting to Stephen Mullane that he might like to make a fielding change, and it's definitely a double bluff, because the short leg Ben Slater has been told to go all the way out onto the leg side fence. So this is
off stump Yorker.
Yeah. Here is Pattinson in to bowl to Salter. Pitches it up, and Salter plays it nicely to mid-on, and that's the end of a very watchable first day, which saw Nottinghamshire make 302 and Glamorgan respond with 33 without loss. I'll have to do an update for Radio Nottingham in just a second, I'm sure, Nick, but just quickly, very quickly, as the players leave the field, I presume you've enjoyed the day, but what have you made of it?
Yeah, sessions 1 and 2 to Nottinghamshire, session 3 very much to Glamorgan. Glamorgan fractionally ahead. Close of play, having made the decision to bowl first. They eventually got their rewards despite some inconsistent bowling in the first 2 sessions. Ben Duckett was excellent with good support from Stephen Mullane and Joe Clark in those 2 partnerships. Brilliant day says Caden on Twitter, considering the quality of this Notts side. Didn't expect Lloyd and Salter to be scoring like this. Well, largely due to the attacking field, but apart from that minor hiccup of David Lloyd being caught off a no ball, it was Excellent stuff from the Glamorgan openers as well as they troop off to the dressing room along with the Nottinghamshire players.
Thanks very much, Nick. Very much enjoyed your company. More from Nick Webb and myself tomorrow. If you're watching the live stream, if you stick around, just keep watching the pictures for a moment or two, and Aaron will, I think he's promised Peter Moores, the Notts head coach, will be out there to give his thoughts on the day. But from Nick Webb, myself, Dave Bracegirdle, again, many thanks for your company. We'll do it all again tomorrow. From Trent Bridge, from the commentary box, a very good night.
No star.
As Michael Neser comes in past umpire Watts, bowls short of a length and nicked, and he's gone. Caught at second slip. Good looking delivery from Neser. Found the right line and length there, and it's been edged into the hands of Sam Northeast at second slip, and Slater goes for 17, and Glamorgan do have that. It's in Derby. Next ball is a push and run from me. Ducky's got to be quick, and it wasn't a clean pick-up there by Callum Taylor, otherwise he really would have had to scamper. That's the Nottinghamshire 50.
To Duckett as he's driven that one straight back. Oh, that's out! It's an extraordinary piece of cricket from James Wheel, who has deflected it with his boot onto the stumps, and Hasib Hamid is run out for 34, 69 for 2. Well, you see bowlers flick the ball onto the stumps with their hands often enough, but that was with the boot from Wheel. It was a great piece of quick thinking. How deliberate it was. Group games on BBC Sport Online. Lloyd bowls. Oh, again, short. You can't bowl there. That's very firmly helped away, and that is the first maximum for Joe Clark.
Indeed, yeah, 3 wheels on my wagon. Lee Marvin, what a film that was. Is Duckett getting the 100th run for Nottinghamshire, chopping it down to third man. Ball back now with us, thank goodness. 100 for 2. There'll have been some palpitations in that Some lovely shots from Ben Duckett, although he was dropped on 29 just before lunch. Joe Clark's already hit the first 6 of the contest. Another single there to Duckett means they've now added 50 together to take Notts to 119 for 2. So an update there for BBC Radio Nottingham. Very nice to have Mark.
Nottinghamshire 136 for 2. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Clark is bowled. As up go the fielders in celebration. Ball running down into the slip area. The wicket
stayed at hove, fortunately, and so it happened. 50 for 4 became 530 as Duckett's flailed after this one. Has it gone through the slip cordon for 4? It has indeed, and that will take Ben Duckett to his half century. It flashed between Labuschagne and North East low down. Probably not the most stylish of ways to get to his half century, but he has got there. 239 runs he's scored so far this season, not yet been dismissed.
Next delivery, big appeal for LBW. Yep. Now he has been dismissed. Pushing forward, didn't get very far forward, and Everson goes leg before to Van der Hoogten. He was hit very low down, and you expected the finger of umpire Watts to be raised.
For Radio Nottingham on its way. And Duckett's got this away for 4. And you join us, a little bit of applause in the background as the Nottinghamshire 150 comes up with a Ben Duckett back.
Next delivery from Salt around the wicket. Here's the reverse, and he's got it away. It's running down for 4 to the backward point boundary, and well predicted, Mr. Bracegirdle. And that brings up the 50 partnership between these two.
Lloyd done a good job for his side, and that's going to be another boundary for Duckett, and it's going to be the first batting bonus point for Nottinghamshire. It was a poor start to the over for David Lloyd. He's saying he's done a good job, and he drops that one short. Not out. There's Salt to bowl to Ben Duckett. On 99, goes for the reverse. In fact, goes for the sweep and gets the single. And as he's making his way down to the non-striker's end, he's punching the air already. Congratulations to Ben Slater. That's his 20th first-class 100. His 6th in Nottinghamshire colours since signing from Northants. And many congratulations to Ben Slater. That's lovely, getting a hug there from Stephen Mullane. From the pavilion end, bowl's edged, and that's gone down. Stephen Mullane not happy. David Lloyd at first slip down to his left and couldn't hang on. It was dropping all the time, and it may well have been that he did all he could.
Comes in towards us.
Wheel bowls, and Mullane will pull this away, and I think he's got underneath it, aiming to launch it high into the sky and over the deep mid-wicket fence and away for 6 runs. Our Lord and Master Kirsty, the producer of the old live stream here. That's the Century Partnership they're applauding. Just popped in to say they are
down the M4. Hogan to Duckett on 112. Not out, and that's outside off stump, and a big swing of the bat from Duckett brings him the single that brings up the 250 for Nottingham. Third floor. Hogan into bowl, driven to cover, and Mullane has gone. That one skimming low into the hands, and Glamorgan finally have the breakthrough. Mullane's gone for 44, as he just didn't get on top of a drive.
Calamity. Labuschagne to Moores, and he's nicked that one, and he's out, and Labuschagne's got a wicket, and Tom Moores has to go. Caught behind by Cook, moving to his left from the bowling of Marnus Labuschagne, and Nottinghamshire are 263.
Hogan is into ball 2. Patterson White, who's hit on the pads, appeal for LBW given. 264 for 7, not sliding slightly, and 3 wickets gained in the last few overs of the old ball, for which Glamorgan
70 for 7. Here is Labuschagne bowling to Duckett, and he's hit that back to Labuschagne, and Duckett goes. My word, the Australian is happy. Caught and bowled, and Ben Duckett out for 122, and Glamorgan have roared back into this contest since tea. That's the 4th wicket to go down in this session, and Ben Duckett is out. Far end of the ground. Next ball is bowling Brett Hutton, off stump, tumbling out of the ground. Glamorgan have maximum bowling points, and Brett Hutton has gone for 8, and that's quite an emphatic sight as he looks behind. Betwixt and between here, isn't it?
Van der Hoogten to Pattinson, who pulls muscularly out onto the leg side, and that is the 300 up, but they will only take the single as Salter in the outfield made good ground, sent his throw piling in towards keeper.
Over the leg side fence. Nisa bowls, and that's the one that he's gone. It's gone straight up in the air now, and can the bowler get back himself? I should be able to take it, and does. Caught and bowled. That's a good catch from Nisa, and Notts are all out for 302. James Pattinson caught and bowled Michael Nisa for 20. A very good catch indeed, and Notts are done and dusted in 88.1 overs, with Michael Nisa finishing with 3 for 56, the standout figures. James Pattinson out
So they were the highlights from today's play as we do draw a close to day one. As you can see, head coach Peter Moores joins me there. We've just had a nice little chat there, Pete, to catch up with you. We mentioned that today was a game of ebbs and flows as well. When we look at 302 all out, how do you assess kind of that first innings from our point of view?
Well, we dominated the first two sessions, so we got ourselves in a great position at tee. I think we came out probably for the first 45 minutes. Steve Mullaney and Ben Duckett sort of moved along nicely and looked like we were going to finish the day really strong. Credit to them, they came back. We'd be frustrated a little bit that we didn't capitalise on a better position. And they've come through 31 for none at the end, but there's a lot of cricket to be played. So credit, I think, to them to come back at us. We'd be slightly frustrated that we didn't have a really good day because we got ourselves in such a strong position.
Just talking about our 302, how important could that 1 point at the end be, though? Obviously, that extra batting point, getting to that 300 when we was at a stage where potentially with Jimmy and Dane in there at the end, something like 14 away from that. Those points at the end of the day, end of the season, come the end of September, could be very crucial as well, couldn't they?
Well, you never know what that point's going to do. But the point at the end, sometimes you focus everything on it. The one at the start is worth exactly the same, And we saw last year, I think we were playing Lancs. We needed one more batting point to keep ourselves alive, and we lost a wicket and missed it by 4 or 5 runs. So, we fight for every point. That's one of our things as a team. So great to get over that, get the 300, which I think is a really competitive score. Always a competitive score at Trent Bridge. And if we bowl well tomorrow, I think it'll be hard work for them because we'll challenge them. There's a bit in the pitch. It's a good pitch. We know what the pitches are like here. You've got a chance up front with a new ball if you bowl well with it. So we'll be looking to do that tomorrow morning.
Now, we've had one game and one day of this game as well. What have you seen from the team so far in that short space of time, especially when we think about what you've seen over the winter and what as a team we are looking to improve and move forward with?
Well, I think Sussex was an interesting game for us. In the first innings, bowling-wise, I don't think we quite got our act together, really, if I'm honest. We bowled okay, but nowhere near to the level we can, and the fielding unit as a group weren't quite as good. Second innings, we were fantastic second innings, and that resulted in us winning the game. It was a great win, very flat pitch at the end, and we showed real sort of tactical savvy in some ways as a group, and the bowlers bowled to really good plans and got us over the line, and very good captaincy by Steve Mullaney. We'll have to do the same here. I think at the moment in this game we've got to see how we bowl. I thought what we've shown both innings is we've got some good batsmen. If 2 people get in, we can be hard. We score at a good rate. We've got aggressive players, and I think we saw that today with the way Ben Duckett played. He played beautifully.
Just talking obviously on Ben Duckett, that 122 for him, kind of marshalling that innings throughout the day, really coming in obviously when Slats just took one to nicked one into the slipcord and came in the 7th over as well, and to be there when we got 8 down as well. Just how crucial was that innings, and how nice of it to see Ben sort of, to me he looked very much in rhythm as well, and kind of, like I say, marshalled that innings throughout the day.
Yeah, he did what you want all your top orders players to do, really. He saw off the new ball, then built partnerships with different people along the way, and Ben's worked really hard in his game, red and white ball, and I think what you're starting to see, I think, is a player who really understands his own game. He left well, picked off every scoring opportunity to put the pressure back on the bowler, and really, on the pitch, it was first down that pitch, it was a great innings to go on, get 100. And, he'd be frustrated to get out at the end, actually, because he was playing so well. But, he'll go away. I think when he looks back at it tonight, he's put us in a strong position in the game.
Just over 5 hours at the crease as well, which is obviously a long time. Just very quickly, just kind of talking about the batters as a whole, it felt very much like Haas, obviously very unlucky with how he got out. Clarkey as well looked in good rhythm as well. So there's positives to take, even though I imagine, there are players that are disappointed in that dressing room as well. It's about taking the positives from the performance that we've seen today.
Yeah, we were realistic. I think that's that's what happens in sport. If you're realistic about it, I mean, Haas can count himself really unlucky. Played beautifully. He just really hit some top rhythm, I think, for the last sort of 20 runs he scored. And then Ben played a really good shot, unlucky deflection, and he gets run out. So you get one of those probably every 2 to 3 years in some ways. So, I mean, unlucky. I thought Joe had just started to settle as well. So, he'd be frustrated. Just kicked a little bit, actually. His back elbow played on. So,
you know, they're dismissals you get sometimes. You've got to take it on the chin. But what you're doing certainly this time of year is trying to get yourself into rhythm and playing well, and both will be in good shape if they get a go in the second innings.
Yeah, I think that kind of Joe dismissal showed you that there are things in that pitch that we can maybe exploit tomorrow. Just very quickly, because I know you need to go as well. But tomorrow morning, that first session, that first hour, those first sort of 6 overs, from a bowling point of view, is it very simply kind of try and put a bit of pressure, make sure that our lining length is correct?
Yeah, I think pretty straightforward. You know, you're going to try and put a lot of balls around the top of off stump, challenge the batters, bowling partnerships as we always do, create some pressure. And like I think we've seen always at Trent Bridge, wickets can fall in batches. I think we can create a lot of pressure on tomorrow. I think, you know, we don't want to chase the game, just got to bowl well over a decent length of time and see if we can then start to chip away at those wickets and put ourselves in a good position as the game goes on.
Good crowd here today as well, wasn't there, really? So hopefully tomorrow, with it being a Good Friday, there'll be another one as well.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good crowd, actually. A really good atmosphere. And, you know, and it's warming up a bit. Slowly but surely. Slowly getting warm. It's cold in Sussex. But, yeah, it really felt like we were back at Trent Bridge in some ways. Sun shining. Credit to everybody at the ground. I thought the ground looks great, actually. You know, it's sort of been de-COVIDed. Little bits have been tidied up, so it looks great. Getting the fans back in and the members back in is great. So hopefully it's set fair for a really good game of cricket.
Indeed, indeed. Well, thank you very much for your time. I will let you run off out of shot and obviously speak to the boys as well.
Thanks,
thank you very much,
Cheers,
Pete.
Thanks.
Peter Moores, head coach of Nottinghamshire. So that is the end of day one. Thank you very much for joining us. We hope that you've enjoyed the coverage. We will be back tomorrow, where currently Glamorgan do trail by 269 runs. Join us tomorrow. We'll be live at 10:45. But from everybody here at Trent Bridge Live, enjoy the rest of your evening.